yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at, throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Dani in the house, Avengers in the house, swords up, turn up, let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, swords up, throw it up, swords up, throw it up, throw it up. Throw them swords up, where you at, throw them up, Avengers, where you at, throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, next caller, swords up, up. I don't like it, can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck, get stuck. Swords up, up. You're mad, you're pressed, got your bother, got your trigger, swords up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, where you at, throw them up. Avengers, where you at, throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go, Avengers, assemble, lights, camera, action, we ready, stay ready, swords up, throw it up, swords up, throw it up, hey, throw them swords up, where you at, throw them up, Avengers, where you at, throw them up, then slice. Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it up, Hey, throw them swords up, where you at, throw them up, Avengers, where you at, throw them up, then slice and dice.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are y'all doing on this Monday? Make sure you smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like, smash that like. This will be part 2. Again, this is not a part 1. This is a part 2 of Celeste Rivas and D4vd. So if you missed the first video, I already covered this topic before. It's not my first time. I covered it briefly when I discussed Cardi B the other day. But this will be a part 2. But yeah, so for some of you, I'm sure you heard of this already. You probably already watched part 1, or you heard other YouTubers talking about this case, and it's very heartbreaking. She was just 15 years old from Lake Elsinore in Riverside County, California, a quiet town about 70 miles outside of Los Angeles. And Celeste went missing, as I stated before, in April 2024. But to be honest, there are postings on her Facebook page, family Facebook page, that I showed a few days ago, initially when this first broke. And they actually made posts stating that she was missing back in February of 2024, okay, when she was only 13 years old. Her family searched, they put posters, it went up, posters went up, police went out online. Now, people are talking about, there wasn't enough done by the family as far as, trying to find her, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, at that time, nothing, of course, surfaced. For over a year, she was missing, and police labeled her as a runaway. Instead of treating her like a child in danger, they pretty much label her as just a runaway child. And to be honest, that is a misstep in the whole process. Sometimes people are labeled as a runaway when they actually are in danger, but they are just labeled as a runaway, okay? And yeah, so that, So then came the unthinkable, of course. On September 8th, 2025, the Los Angeles Police Department discovered severely decomposed, dismembered. When I say dismembered, her body was, trigger warning. Her body was found dismembered, chopped up, in the front of a Tesla, like a trunk, the front of a Tesla, the trunk, so they call it trunk, okay? And the remains are wrapped in a bag and registered to none other than the up-and-coming rising star D4vd. Now, some of you never even heard of D4vd, okay? But yeah, he's that car that her body was found in is a Tesla, and it was registered to him. And again, her body was identified through like a combination of physical details, such as one thing that I pointed out last week when I covered this was that she has a tattoo on her right index finger that says shh, okay? And similar to one that even Rihanna has, no correlation. And the same tattoo, guess what? D4vd has that same tattoo on his finger as well, identical tattoo. And her mother confirmed pretty much that she knew that her daughter was dating a guy named David, okay? And another thing is, at the time she was found, Celeste was wearing a tube top, black leggings, stud earrings, and like a yellow metal bracelet. And the Tesla had been told other employees at the impound, they noticed like a stench coming from it, a bad odor, just, coming from that vehicle. And it's awkward. I mean, they are around cars all the time, so they should know like how usual odors should be coming from a car, or if there should be an odor or things like that, and they notice an unusual odor coming from the vehicle at the impound lot, okay? And since the time, friends and teachers that have described, they have described Celeste as someone that's quiet, hardworking, typical young girl, and with her whole life ahead of her. Okay. And there has been a teacher that has spoke. I'm going to play that video. And there is a brother that has spoke. People were kind of doubting, is this her brother or not her brother? Does she have a brother by this name? Because what happens is, I want everyone to understand, when there is a case like this, people are going to speculate, and there are going to be some things that are going to be fake receipts. There are going to be some people spreading conspiracies or just completely making up things. And keep in mind, I try to only stick to receipts on my channel too. I don't like jump off and go off into conspiracies. And if something is unfounded or not backed by police or other credible sources, then I will tell you ahead of time, look, this is not confirmed, but this is something that's being gossiped or rumored, but not confirmed by official authorities. Okay. So again, when people ask, how could this happen? How could this happen to Celeste? How did this happen? How did these two meet? How did this happen? How did she end up in the front, chopped up? And people are also wondering, why isn't he arrested? Why isn't he in jail? And here's the thing. I have looked at some of his photos and recent photos, and let me tell you something. I don't know. I just feel that there's a lot at play in this case. And when I tell you the photo, I'm going to show you the photo. And the photo, it's not just the photo itself. It's also the hashtag associated with the photo that's quite interesting. So another thing I want to touch on is, in America, we do actually have a crisis, and that is grooming. And trigger warning, I will be discussing essay topics in this video, statutory, rape, and other things, because I do believe that in America there is a crisis when it comes to sex crimes in America, especially even starting from an early age of childhood, SA. And I believe that is a crisis and very problematic. And a lot of times people don't like to talk about it, because what they like to do is silence victims and protect predators, not give predators enough time in jail or in prison, incarceration, to kind of even prevent other crimes from happening. And it's not taken as seriously as it should be, when I believe it affects a lot of people or impacts a lot of people. If you watch South White Underbelly or watch a lot of documentaries or a lot of testimonies, it seems like almost everyone has had some sort of experience with some sort of violation of this sort. And it is a crisis that is swept under the rugs a lot of times, even in families and things like that. So that is something I will be touching on throughout this topic, as well as how people can possibly be groomed. And I understand people, because he's because of their ages. At this time, he's 20. And, when she was found deceased, she was 15. That's the 5-year difference. However, she still was a minor. When he was 18, she was only 13. And that's very much so inappropriate. Okay. So now, so that goes into statutory rape. So what I want to talk about is, we will start also with the family. Again, if you are thinking this is my first time talking about this, you are actually one video behind, because it's my second time. Okay. So I still gave you a brief rundown. So basically, the official report show her as missing April 2024, but actually I show the Facebook post of her family that were reporting her as missing and looking for her since February 2024. And again, the police had called her runaway and not pretty much endangered. And here's the thing, sometimes a runaway label is a death sentence. And this is why it's a death sentence when people get the runaway label, especially when the person is like 11 years old. 11 years old, Runaway label, not so great. Okay? Because how is the 11-year-old providing for themselves, looking out for themselves, or doing anything for themselves? And it kind of says, with the Runaway label, it says, we are not looking for you. We are not looking for you. We consider you to be a runaway. It gives predators time to operate unchecked and to have this victim that they are groomed unchecked, and no one is looking for them because they're just considered a runaway. Now, it's not like it's not like an Amber Alert or any high alert out such as that. And so now, fast forward, like I said, September 8th, 2025, they have this Tesla that's impounded in Hollywood Hills, and Celeste, her remains are discovered in the trunk registered to D4vd. And again, the tip came in because of the odor from the car. And that's why see something, say something is very important, because if they had not seen something, say something, or even in this case, smell something, say something, who knows what will have happened, right? But someone noticed something, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right. They reported it, and boom, her body was then discovered. Again, someone ditched that car knowing what was inside. And let's be clear, that is deliberate, that is heinous, that is wicked, and that is vile, okay? Vile. And this is not the first time something like this has happened. There are numerous cases where even there's a woman driving around for a long time that was recently arrested, and the same thing happened where police noticed a foul odor, a stench coming from the car, and the officer just had to check. They went through so much material, just unraveling, only to find that in her trunk, she had been driving around with her niece and nephew deceased in the car. So this is, people do sometimes put, the person in the car, and they actually don't discard the body or throw it in a river or lake or just get rid of the body. I don't know why they decide to keep it in the vehicle. Maybe they are afraid of where to put it. I don't know how to put it anywhere. I don't know. But this is nothing unusual to people to have, keep a body in an actual vehicle. So now we're going to get into a little bit of the family's social media, and also some pictures and other videos and things like that, to kind of catch people up that are not caught up on this case. And again, there are people that believe that he was set up, but I will tell you right now, I don't believe that this crazy guy was set up. From all his imagery, from all his songs, from all his postings, from the matching tattoos to the Hello Kitty, to everything you could think of about this guy is saying, you did it, and you did it. I don't see anything being some sort of setup or framing of him at all. And he didn't even report the car as stolen or anything like that, okay? And hold on one second. So let's go ahead and look at a video really quickly. Well, actually, I think I'm going to pull up her family's Facebook page, because I pulled up one before, and the one I pulled up before, they have privated the video. They have privated the Facebook page. So if you actually go watch my last video, that page is no longer public. So before I get into too much, let me go to the Facebook pages I have now before they get privated, okay? So we have a family member named Dora, and there's another family member as well, which is Celeste's cousin. We're going to look at her page as well. And we're going to look at what they were posting back in 2024, in February 2024, when she was first reported as missing, okay? And we're also going to go through, okay, so this is one of her family members named Dora. And there isn't like a recent post. There isn't a recent post. But we're going to pretty much scroll down to, you know, around February 2024. And she's going to be talking about Celeste. Yeah, she's going to be talking about Celeste. So let's go ahead and scroll down. And so now we're at February 27, 2024. Keep going. And it is in Espanol, so it has to pretty much be translated, okay? So now we're here, so you can see that now we're at Celeste, okay? And then she also has her mother as well and father, which I will get into much later. And yeah. So let's start with this post first. I'm gonna open this in a different tab. And make sure if you take anything from my videos, make sure you give me actual credit if you actually take it from my video, okay? And so right here in this posting right here from Dora, it says, thank you, Amos, family, friends, and friends of my friends who are sharing the post of Chicago, New York, Kansas City. Please, if you have people in Nebraska, Tijuana, California, anywhere in the world, let's make my niece appear. So it says, anywhere in the world, let's make my niece appear. She's a girl, and the same day, 3 more children disappeared. Please help us make the news go viral. But this was posted by her auntie, okay, Dora Hernandez. That's why her name is, you know, Celeste Risa Hernandez, or Celeste Hernandez Risa. So, and then she posts her picture right here. And then, hold on. So at this time, as you can see, people are reporting April 2024, but as you can see, February 17, 2024, the aunt actually posted this post saying that her niece is missing. And now let's go here, hold on. And then if you go under there, there's about 6 comments. And that's what she says. She says, the aunt says, put it in all parts of the networks possible. Help me with that already. The police told us we can make it viral to give clues of it because the report is already there and everything, but in cases, you know. So right here, even the aunt is saying, hey, I've already reported this to the police. Like, so there's already a report. So it's not like there wasn't a report. Even back in February 2024, she's saying that they had already reported this to the police. Hold on 1 second. Let's see any more comments here. I was thinking if we try to put it on TikTok with Alfredo Espino. So they're trying to think of ways they could try to spread this around and make it go viral. And the policia had told them, you know, let me stop. They told them that, you know, I mean, she was put as a runaway. So it was reported to police actually February 2024. So the reports about April is a little bit, it was actually a little sooner than that. And they tried to make it go viral. And it says, this boy is known by a lot of people. Look at his content. So what boy are they talking about here? This boy is known by a lot of people. Look at his content. This was a year ago. What boy? Are they talking about David Could they be talking about David? He's known by a lot of people. I don't know. Let's see what this, let me translate this next one. It says, just ask the community to share at first. God appears. I don't know her, but I have a daughter almost her age. Oh, or it could be that they're talking about it can be shared by someone famous or someone popular that could get the word to make it go viral. I don't know. So let's see what this one says, what this comment says. First of all, God, our Lord is God. That's what that one says. It says, amen, and thank you first, God, and my niece turned up. So anyways, let's go to the next post and see what happens, okay? So that was, again, posted, and let's scroll down. So here's another post. It was posted 2 days before that, February 15, 2024. It says, Celeste Hernandez is my niece. It's missing this morning. I do not get to classes in Lake Elsinore, California. She is 13 years old. If anyone has seen her, please contact me or her parents. And see who she actually tags as the parent, Mercedes Martinez. So I'm going to actually talk about Mercedes Martinez as her parent, her mother. Her mother is showing at 61. So it's not like, so, you know, and also they speak Spanish. And the one I found for Mercedes was 61, possibly father, maybe name is Jesus Risa, and then maybe mother Mercedes Martinez. And it says right here, Mercedes Martinez, or call the police. Please share, family and friends. We love you and trust in God. Appear well. We wait for you at home. Okay, so let's actually, I'm going to click on the mother's page to show you the mother's page. Because someone was saying before that they had messaged the mother, and there was a conversation between the mother, and they were trying to tell her stuff. So I don't know, because remember, we are going to look at it, but remember, we have to also be cautious about what's real and what's fake. That's why I kind of like to start with the family and what's on the family pages, and then I'll work my way from there. Okay. So let's actually look at some of the comments under here, and then we'll take a look at the pictures on this post that they have posted at the time when they were saying that she was first missing. So there's about 19 comments on this post. Let's look at these comments. And let's see, here's a comment right here. Let's translate this comment. It says, first of all, God, find my prayers for the girl cousin, and I imagine the anguish they have to be going through right now as Mercedes Martinez, which is her mother. So sad. Okay, and this was posted a year ago, and that was February 15, 2024 at 10:25 p.m. And let's go down. And this is actually the mother's comment right here. So this is Mercedes Martinez, the mother. And it says, Celeste, please tell each of us, we praise you. Please, wherever you want you to be, we will always be waiting for you. Call us, please return. So that's the mother's comment right there, Mercedes. And then we have Rebecca Ruiz a year ago says, God watch over her, keep her, and protect her. And then this comment says, Everett says, God first find her, and it says it attacks the auntie Dora Hernandez. So we have the mother Mercedes Martinez, the auntie Dora Hernandez, possible father is Jesus Risa. And then we have this comment right here. Let's see the translation. And God first, it will look good, cousin, let's trust in God. So this is a cousin of, I guess, the aunt. And then someone said share. And then we have a woman named Heidi Hernandez says, Celeste, if you see this, you won't get into any trouble. Reach out to me. So she's like, listen, we're not going to get in trouble, Celeste. Just reach out to me. Sometimes people say that all the time to people that are missing, like kids. Like, listen, you ran away, or you're out there, you might have done something wrong. I don't care what you have done. Please just come home. You won't get in trouble. Sometimes that's a good message to send out, so people can feel like I can go home and I won't be in trouble. I'll be welcome. So that's what someone wrote. Celeste, if you see this, you won't get into any trouble, reach out to me. And then someone else writes, Demisio says, I will share on my Facebook the San Bernardino and Riverside pages. God first, everything will work out. And then Auntie replies to that comment, and she says, thanks. If she was from Escondado, Riverside, and then let's scroll down. And then Anna says, shared, she will return safe and sound. I decree in the name of our Lord Jesus. And then the mother replies, thanks to all the people for their support. It says ASIA, Asia Family. I guess it's a translation, so it might be off, okay? And it says, amen. Someone says, Maria says, amen, so be it God first. Ruby Cruz replies and says, where was she last seen? That info will help to see if anyone has cameras that may have seen anything in that area. Okay, so these are the family postings, including the mother, auntie, cousins, family. And this was posted a year ago. Over a year ago, okay. So now let's go see some of the, so that was those posts. Now I'll show you the actual pictures are on this post. So that's one picture. So I'm sure you see some of these pictures circulating or spreading already. Okay, so that is that. Now let's go to the other, her cousin's Facebook page. And we can look at what the cousin was posting at the time that Celeste was missing. Okay, just a second. Shout out to J Fam. Again, shout out to J Fam. I appreciate you, girl, for being a member of my channel as well. And I also want to say happy birthday. Again, happy birthday to J Fam. Make sure y'all put some birthday balloons and birthday cake in the chat to celebrate J Fam's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yas and yas. I appreciate you for being over here. And have a great birthday. Okay. So again, these are the pictures that the aunt had posted at the time when she was first missing, okay? So now let's actually go to, again, there was another aunt that posted, but she put her Facebook on private. So since you put it on private, I can't show y'all again. That's why it's important to keep up with the videos, because I posted in my last video on her. So you will go to my last video and you can see the other aunt's Facebook that I previously showed. And that's what happens sometimes. Once they, they sometimes will put their pages on private. She has a cousin that also made posts at the time she was missing back in February 2024. So let's actually go and look at that page. Just a second. Well, she has a cousin named Wendy, and Wendy pretty much put, return Celeste Rivas to us, bring her home to us. Her family members are deeply concerned. We stop hunting for her sake until she is returned safely to us. Celeste, come home. We are worried sick about you. We are your family. Mija, we love you. Reach out to us. Okay. So this was in February of 2024. And it says, and please, whoever has Celeste, please, I'm begging you, please let her go. She's just a teenager. This is her cousin. Her family members are deeply concerned for her. Celeste, please come home to us and come back to us. So again, around February 15, February 17, the family were posting and that they have told the police about her being missing and that they wanted her to come home. And even the mother and cousins and everyone was posting on her. Hold on. And right here, she says, come home, Celeste. We are waiting for you to come back home. So that's, again, pleading for her to come back home. And it says, Mercedes Martinez, for my aunt, always my son. And it says right here. So pretty much they're saying, please come home, please come home. She also says this right here and posts more pictures. It says, help us enter our cousin because they want to find her. So she shares the aunt's post of Celeste missing, okay, right here. And I showed y'all those pictures already. And let's go back up. Come home, Celeste, and she shares a post from a TikTok, Bianca Lara. So let me see what this TikTok is. And there was another post she posted as well. Where is it? And it says, and please, whoever has Celeste, please, I'm begging you, please let her go. She's just a teenager. Okay. So this was already posted in February 2024. So now let's go to her page so I can show y'all this other post I saw that was interesting. And she posted around the time Celeste was missing. So let's scroll down. To be honest, I might have to search for this like this. Let's go back to February 2024. Let's see. I'm going back into the time of February 2024 when the family reported her versus missing. And people are talking about the mother, saying that the mother's page doesn't have a lot of, postings about her daughter. Let's see, let's scroll down. So she makes the most posts. It's not that surprising. Okay. So let me scroll down some more. Let me see what this one says. And that's about her mother. So what I'm looking for is February 15th, 17th. I'm scrolling down. Also, I'm going to show you a Twitter page, which I believe to be, Celeste's Twitter page. Hold on. And I'm also going to show you Celeste's Facebook, which really doesn't have anything on it. And then the brother, the person alleged to be her brother. Now, the thing is, she actually does have a brother named Matthew. So that page could actually be real. But I'll be honest, the fact that it has a PayPal in the bio made it seem suspicious. But I will have to look more into that, but we'll get to that, okay? Hold on. And yes, the GoFundMe is real. It's like it's connected to the family, the one that I showed you the other day. That is real, okay? So as you can see, I'm actually on February 2024, but there's not a lot of postings, you know, about Celeste besides on that February 15, February 17 time period. But this is her cousin. Okay, everybody is linked together. Okay, while I'm actually looking for that post, let me actually, because I have to scroll down her whole page just to get to February 15th, 17th again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video from a former teacher she had, and then I'll come back to that once I get to it.
Hold up. That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was
this? We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, and it was this rapper.
So this is where it happens, okay? So February, the family looks like they report her as missing, even to the police, make these social media posts and things like that. And then she is brought back home, and then she goes away again. So that's what it looks like happens. Okay, hold on. Because again, they did report her and made a police report in February 2024. She is found and then returned, and then now she goes again, okay?
That they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media. Let me tell you another story. Hold up. That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was
this? We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, and it was this rapper, that they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media. Let me tell you another story.
So there you have it. Even people knew about what was going on. She was telling people. She told people what was going on. It wasn't really a secret. It looks like, about her dating him, D4vd. It wasn't. So what happened here to now people were aware of this, they knew of this, and she told people about it, and then nothing was really happening. Now, there are some people that are obviously seeing that, you cannot, if someone runs away, you cannot really stop them from running away. And there are others that believe that you can stop people from running away and things like that. And of course, this is someone that's an adult. So if people knew that she was with him, then obviously that's different, because now that's statutory rape, right? So the teacher pretty much said that she actually admitted that, that she was dating D4vd. But we have to remember, even in this situation, grooming doesn't look like kidnapping from strangers. It looks like trust is about manipulation and adults who should protect but exploit instead. So even though it could seem like she's like a willing participant in that she wants to do it and she is agreeing to it or is complicit or wants to be in this situation, she's still a child. She cannot make those decisions. She cannot consent. And that's where a grown-up has to say, you're a child and it's illegal. We cannot be together, things like that. And don't forget, people can be groomed, okay?
Hold up. That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was this?
We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, that it was this rapper, that they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media. Let me tell you another story.
So there is an actual person that is claiming to be her brother named Matthew Rivas. Now, the thing about Matthew Rivas is that there is actually a person, her brother, a family member by Matthew Rivas. So let's get into Matthew Rivas as well while I'm still looking for that other one. And as you can see, let's actually go to his real, this is a video screen recording, but let's actually go to his real IG. Let me show you his real IG first so you can see what I'm talking about, okay? So this is Matthew 3, and he has these postings. It's like only 3 posts up, and that was like 1 day ago. Then this is 4 days ago, and then this is 4 days ago. So let me actually see when this page was actually made about this account. This says date joined May 2025, account based in Italy. And then see former usernames has changed their name 4 times. So I want to know when this page last changed their name. Because this page, I'll be honest, I don't know 100% based on if this page is real or not. It could be or not, okay? But let's see. Hold on, let me go here. Because it has September 7th, PayPal, and then it gives us PayPal, Matthew Rivas 3. Usually they'll tell you if somebody changed how many times what they changed their name to, but it's not showing. So let's go back to this. So this is where someone's saying that they had talked to Matthew Rivas from that thread, and this is what was saying they were stating. So let's get back to this video. Let me actually go to this video right here. One thing about StreamYard is that it's like small, okay? So this will be the page right here where it was actually, at that time, it was 659 followers and 92 following. And then it had highlights, like more stuff on it. And now it looks like they stopped following everyone and they just have followers now. And it says, next person to ask me about my sister is getting this fate. Leave me alone. Let me go back one notch right here. That's what this says. And type of shit I've been on. I don't know about this page 100%, y'all, okay? Again, so for this one, now I will say that she does have a brother named Matthew, which I will show you. She does have a brother named Matthew. There's an old picture. He's linked to the mother, Mercedes, and the family and auntie and people. There is a brother by that name. Okay. So here's the last messages between someone and the brother, and let's go back one notch right here. Let's see what this is. Now, what I will say is they did have pictures that are rare, and that usually could kind of say if something, if someone has rare pictures that are of someone in the family, it can kind of be like, yeah, you have pictures that no one else has, so it could be that you are some sort of relative or something, but not always the case. And these messages says, it says, dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. So it said David was following. So most likely probably not following anymore. I don't know. So let's see the following list. I just see a fan page. I just see a fan page. I don't see that one no more. Okay, so I don't know. And it says, let's see. And it says, yes, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. And it says, the person says, fuck, well, he has a comment that's wild, just randomly. Did you even talk to him? And the person said, I met him once in person. Leslie supposed to be the brother. Hold on. And then it goes on to say, did you and your family know of your sister being with him? Like she was living with him? All of this shit is so confusing and disgusting. And says, and the brother says, well, alleged brother says, I knew and went to police about it, but lack of evidence, so it was waived off. And the person responds, bullshit, now that there's thousands of people backing. Now that there is 1,000 people backing you up, that won't happen again. But if they had listened, and the alleged brother responds, even then they don't do anything. They have not even done anything towards him. And the person responds, that's how it is with celebrities, just as it was with Diddy. Okay, hold on. And scroll it up. Good morning to everyone coming in. So it says, but if they have listened, and then the alleged brother says, even then they don't do anything. They have not even done anything towards him. And the person says, that's how it is with celebrities. Just look at fucking Diddy. They don't do shit. And the alleged brother says, I know it fucking sucks. And then, you know, the person says, fucking crazy. People suffer for it. How long has she been gone? And it says, dead. And it says 2 weeks. The person says, damn, that soon? People have been seeing like a month. And the dude's a weirdo. His songs all have weird messages and imagery. And what do you think happened? Like, so I'm going to actually show you an article as well where the news outlets that they spoke to the brother, Matthew, okay? So hold on. What do you think what happened? What do you think happened? Just didn't want her to expose him being with her. And the alleged brother says, I don't know. And then the person says, damn, was your sister like in love with him and choosing to stay? I'm guessing it was all him just manipulating her. And the person says, the alleged brother says, yeah, she was always saying that he was waiting till she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. And then the person says, fucking sick. What's crazy is all those people in his circle who knew and did not even say shit. I saw one guy did get sued by him. I'm sure you would have too. If you kept pushing. And then the alleged brother says, dog, what? I never knew that. My sister would not say anything ever. And the guy says, there is so much shit in that Discord he has. And the alleged brother says, what the fuck? There's a Discord. And then the person says, yeah, it was just his fan Discord and stuff. I wasn't in it, obviously, but from what I know, he was decently active in it. And some screenshots and screen recordings were posting today and yesterday after the news showed one guy saying this. Back in 2024, there was messages which I will go over, okay? And it says 95% sure it's legit. Someone who was in a server before, it was locked. Had screen recorded. It says, what the fuck? No fucking way, dude. Please send me more if you know, dude. And it says, I got you, bro. Let me find everything that's been posted for you. That's why I said so many people were after David. Now after this, they have found so much evidence to back this shit up. And the alleged brother says, dude, I never knew this shit. And the person says, only a small number of people were aware until today. And the alleged brother says, I wish I would have known. I could have used this. And the person says, you did not have your sister added on Discord, right? And then the alleged brother says, I don't even have Discord. And the person says, yeah, I was just seeing because someone took a screenshot of her account, supposedly. So let's scroll down a little bit more. It says, this is what I got. And they sent screenshots, which I already have those messages myself. That's already circulating already. And it says, are those photos her? And that song was an unreleased David song, apparently. Another screenshot. And it says, here's the video just proving those messages are real and stuff. And the alleged brother says, yes, those are photos of her. And then the person says, do you know any of your sister's Instagram accounts? So there is another Instagram account that I will show you as well. Hold on. And a Twitter page. Bear with me. There were some messages people said were her messages, her messaging friends, but not really confirmed yet. Again, a lot of things are, you have to make sure that they are confirmed, okay? And these messages were sent talking about a guy named Gus, which I have as well. And then the alleged brother sends these photos of Celeste. And it says, that's my sister dog right there, talking about the sister. And then it says, the person says, fuck it is. And that's the sister, the alleged brother sent these photos of Celeste, okay? And then, hold on. Now, I will have to go and find that other photo of her eating. Because what you're looking for on pages that people claim to be family or someone else, if they have pictures that no one else has, it can usually, you know, mean that they have they actually have insider access to some photos. If it's just photos that everyone else has, then they're just probably getting it from the web. Okay, hold on. Let's go back one notch. And right here it is They send the messages talking about the guy Gus, and I will read those messages later. But it says, "You think this is real?" And the alleged brother says, "Yes, I do. I know who Gus is, and he's dead." And the person says, "What happened?" And the person says, the alleged brother says he got shot up dead. So the alleged brother is saying he thinks that the messages are real because he knows who Gus is, whoever Gus is. And the person says, "You think by David or just some other shit?" Let's scroll down. And the alleged brother says other stuff, that he believes the guy Gus from those text messages. Now keep in mind, I'm going to show you the text messages, but and the brother saying that he believes it is real because he knows the guy Gus and someone that got shot up. Okay, go on. And then it says, "Oh, okay," and that ends that message thread. So let's actually look at this article from the news talking about the brother, okay? So if you actually go to this Facebook page right here, Celeste Hernandez Rivas, that's the victim. And if you go to her actual friend list, this right here is her family. It could be a sister, I'm believing, okay? I'm not 100% certain, but Esmeralda, she's actually the one that's on the actual GoFundMe. So if you actually go look at the GoFundMe, it says Esmeralda. Esmeralda, that is her, okay? She's the one that's on the actual GoFundMe. And then if you go down right here to Elvira, that's her auntie. And her auntie posted as well that she was missing, but her auntie probably has been wisened up because her, someone probably told her to private her Facebook because, people are on it. So they actually, she went in and private her Facebook. So if you wanted to see what Elvira posted to her Facebook, it's too late. Well, not really too late. I mean, you can go to my old video from a couple of days ago and see the postings from Elvira. And then right here, this is her mother, Mercedes Martinez. Well, I believe to be her mother, maybe 61 years old. She's an older woman. It says parents and it tagged her. And maybe Jesus Rivas is possibly another family. Probably, I don't know. But I do know that these people are connected. The Mercedes was tagged as her mom. But sometimes, she's 61, so sometimes a grandma will take care of a child. And I don't know, I think it's the mother though. But that's the mother's page, which you have to pay attention to this avatar later. And then we have, so what I'm trying to tell you is that this is actually Celeste's page. So when people say Celeste, this is actually her real page. And if you want to know about her real page, of course, her friends list is going to have her family members. So that's how you can tell who is legit and who's authentic and real or not, because they're going to be attached to her family and tagged in her family pictures. So that sister for the GoFundMe, that she's linked, Elvira's linked, Mercedes Martinez is linked. So these are going to be the real people. And then there's also her brother, who might not be on hers, but is on the others. And that's not going to be unusual because sometimes brothers and sisters don't always be on each other's social media. But if you go to, there's nothing really on Celeste's Facebook page on this one. Most like, oh yeah, but that is his photo right here. Yeah, pay attention to these shoes because people are talking about these shoes later. She likes to wear this like hoodies, especially like black hoodies. There's gonna be a lot of Hello Kitty. She likes it's gonna be a lot of stuff that's pink. So I would say pink, black, but then pay attention to her shoes because later on people are gonna talk about these shoes. Like these shoes look mighty familiar. And then I don't know why she posted this. Maybe she was making like, you know how some people draw on eyebrows and they draw like, you know, they use like a dark lip liner to draw around their lips. You know, that kind of, I forgot what it's called, but if someone is Hispanic, they might know, but sometimes people talk about, you know, how when people draw the eyebrows on, have the actual dark eyeliner around their eyes and then draw the lips. It's a certain look that it's for. It's not always negative, but I forgot what it's called, okay? It's a certain style and you know. So anyways, this is the only picture she has on there, which is not unusual. Some people like her and her age, they will have like a Facebook like this for family, and they probably won't even post that much or talk that much on it, but because it's just for family. And as you can see at the very bottom, it has Lake Elsinore, California. So that's the actual location. So this is Celeste's page. Now, going back to her actual Facebook page, we can now go to, who is it? Elvira. So let's go. Well, this is the mother's page. We can actually go to the mother's page. We haven't been to the mother's page. This is Mercedes Martinez, who I believe is the mother until, you know, now there was supposed to be stuff happening around May of 2024 and February 2024. So what you would look for is probably to go back during that time period to see if there's anything there. Before I do that, let's actually go to her friends list and actually look for Matthew, which is the, you know, the should be son, right? And there's no Matthew there. Again, it's not going to be unusual for, you know, for someone not to be there. Well, let's go back. Well, Celeste is on there. So let's go to our environment, because sometimes, to be honest, there are some people in the family that have everybody on their friends list, because those people are usually like the peacemakers or the people that get along with everybody. So they're really going to have everybody. Because I saw him on one person's page. Maybe it was Esmeralda or Esmeralda. Okay, so right here on actually our virus page, there is someone here, Matthew Rivas or Hernandez. But this is an old face. It's old, so he's older now. And then there's Dora Hernandez, which is the auntie, okay? That was posted before. Wait, I think she has 2 Facebooks. Girl, let me find out. You got 2 Facebooks. What a handsome nephew. See, that's the auntie. So she's the auntie of Celeste, and she's the auntie, of course, Matthew. So there is an actual brother named Matthew. Now, here's the thing. Is that you know, that the messages I just showed y'all, are those real authentic messages from Matthew or someone impersonating Matthew? I don't know. It seems legit, but again, I don't know 100%. But I do know she actually does have a brother named Matthew Rivas. Okay, it says, how you do a nephew? It says, nephew, beautiful memory when we were in the Palala, I guess. De Cesius, and something not to dance. Aunt Homo, I love you. Look to one. Anyways, whenever it's a translator, it can mess up, okay? But let me be nosy, because I didn't know the auntie had more than one Facebook. So let me see if she got something on here. Okay, this is old, because it's only December 18, 2018. So maybe she created a new one, and the one I was on is the most recent, and this is from another time. The mama that I looked up was 61. And then the father was coming up as Jesus, but it could be someone else. But there's another person here, but I don't know who that is. No, he's not in jail yet. So hold on. So now let's go see the mother's page and see what she was doing. What was the mother doing or posting around May when she allegedly was returned, and in February when she was first reported missing by the family? Let's see what the mother was posting on her Facebook page, if anything. Now, the mother was posting, like I said, but she was posting on the auntie's page. I don't know what if she posted on her own page, okay? Yeah, where the mama at? I'm gonna have to go back. Okay, the mama right here, alleged mom. But she was tagged as the parent. Okay, so that's why I said that. So let's see. But sometimes a parent could be a grandmother. I'm saying that because she's 61. But sometimes people have a child at an older age. I don't know. So now let's look at the mother's page around May and February of the time of 2024 when she was first reported missing in February. So let's say February 15th, but let me actually go on February. I'm just gonna put the whole month of February for 2024 and let's see what comes up. So what was she posting in February 2024? Looks like some posts are hidden. So right here, February 18, 2024, she posts right here a picture of Celeste, but she's resharing. She's resharing a post from the auntie. So she's sharing the auntie's post. So the mother did share the auntie post, but she didn't make her own post in February. Wait. She might have right here. February 2024, there's something, but I don't know because I'm not able to see it. It says content isn't available. So let's see if I can tell by the comments what might have been said. The auntie says, "Amen. God works and knows all to the honor and glory forever." And then Morelia Show says, "Gracias a Dios y siempre. Let me translate it. Thank God, and always remember that faith and prayer have power. What joy! One more kiss. God demonstrating His power and mercy. I feel very happy for this news cousins. God protect and bless your girl, you and your family." So maybe she had came. They got her back or something. I don't know. This is February 20th. Let's see. Can you guys please confirm this and update on all posts and with the school? So this is again 1 year ago on February 20th. And someone says that, and then let's see the translation. It says, "What a blessed joy God has. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers." So it looks like she may have came back. But I can't see the post. It says, "Amen and thank you." So again, I guess when she was first reported missing in February, she returned home only maybe in a matter of days because it seems like they had some sort of contact with her to update. And to be honest, maybe those people could have stuff on their pages for that time period. I don't know. We have to check their pages and see. So now let's see what else the mother has for February. Let's scroll up. There's something else February 24, but I can't see it. It's not available for me. And then now, let's go look at the mother's page for May 2024 and see what the mother was doing in May of 2024. Let's see if there's anything about Celeste. Okay, I don't really see anything right now. Scrolling through. So that's possibly why they listed her as a possible runaway, I guess. So I really don't see anything so far from May, and I'm almost at the end. So yeah, I don't see anything from May because the media kept mentioning May. Right here. So there's something right here. I'm glad I didn't stop. So April 25th, 2024, it says Celeste Rivas was last seen March 18, 2024 in Lake Elsinore. If you have any info or seen her, please call a local police station or 911. Her family is very worried. So it looks like, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So in February, like around 15, 17, she was reported missing and a police report was found. She was then found and returned, and the mother updated that it was like people were saying, you know, I guess another kid's like your girl has returned or something like that. And then it looks like she was probably home, and then March 18, 2024, she was last seen again. So in Lake Elsinore. And then the mother puts up another flyer saying that please call the police or anyone if you see her. Oh wait, someone else. So the mom actually reshares a post from somebody named Ruby, and that was April 25th, 2024. So let's go to that Ruby person's page and see what's going on, okay? So April 2024. So this Ruby person made this post March 27, 2024. This Ruby person makes a post about her. And it says, help me to share this photo. It says, help me to share this photo, family members, from this Nina. I'm grateful to you, and I too. And then there are 3 comments. Let's see the comments. Someone says, a daughter of a friend. So a daughter of a friend. And then, so make sure they say, it's a daughter of a friend. So I'm thinking that that's what the person means, is a daughter of a friend would be, guess who? Mercedes Martinez. So I'm thinking that that is the mother. And then Saul says, who would say that this is from a day ago? So anyway, that was a day ago. Somebody else is finding this page. It's not old. Okay, so I'm gonna skip that comment. So let's go back. Someone from the family says, devastated by this tragedy. Again, my heart is completely shattered. And I don't know if they said anything about Celeste on this page or not. Let's check this page. Let's see if they say anything about Celeste here. So Carrie Campo says, we want justice. And there is a post about Celeste here. And let's see what this comment says. Is this really a reality? I still believe it's a dream. Help. So family and friends are obviously, you know, wanting justice for Celeste. Okay, let's see what she posted here as far as this TikTok goes.
Me encontraron desmembrada en el Tesla de la estrella David después de 529 días perdida. Exijan justicia por mí en comentarios. Hoy, después de más de un año sin poder hablar, se alza mi voz. Hola, soy Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Tenía 13 años cuando mi mundo cambió para siempre. Amaba dibujar y la música. Siempre llevaba mis audífonos porque me encantaba.
So I could not understand that, yeah. That was shared by the family on that page, but hold on. Let's go back to the Facebook real quick. Let's see if that person, Carrie, posted anything about her when she went missing or not. Okay, that I will have to do that on my own time because there are a lot of family members, so I will have to go through everyone's page to see what everyone posted. One person links to the next person and links to the next person. Okay, but I do want to go back to. So the mother wasn't really making a lot of her own posts, but she was sharing other people's posts. So she was sharing the friends' post that would make something about her daughter, and she was sharing like the auntie's post, but I don't see a lot. I don't see she's making her own post, should I say. So again, March 27th, another flyer goes up from the family or friend of family, and then it says she has been missing since March 18th. So pay attention to that timeline. The first time the family reports her as missing, February 15th. She's returned home a few days later, around February 20th. They're pretty much celebrating or happy that she's home. And then March 18th, it said that she's missing again. And then I guess from that moment, she probably never came back again, or she came back again. I don't know. The teacher said something about a May period or May time period, or that she returned home and was missing since May. Anyways, the point is, it looks like it has been at least over a year since anyone has really, since the last time she was missing and gone with the actual D4vd, okay? So again, with those messages I just saw from this IG page claiming to be from Matthew, I mean, she does actually have a brother named Matthew Rivas. Now, is that page right here authentic is the question. Now, another thing I wanted to show you is actually, hold on. So another thing I want to actually show you is actual, my best might send me a message. I wanted to actually show you the actual Twitter page that could be hers, belonging to hers. Okay, so hold on. And also I want to show you, it's a lot of things. Okay, wait. Let's go to the actual possible page, Twitter page for Celeste. And shout out to Judy Coles in the building. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Again, shout out to Judy Coles for the fan funding super sticker. I appreciate the support. Yas and the yas. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Okay, let's go to possible Celeste Twitter page. Let me zoom in a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so this is a possible Celeste Twitter page. If you're just getting here, please support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Again, please support my channel for free by hitting that like button. Okay, so now we actually will scroll down. We see, what is this avatar? Well, let me actually enlarge the avatar really quick and see what comes up. Okay, nothing really. Okay. Let's go back to this page. So now let's go ahead and scroll down. It says Celeste, and it says Los Angeles, California, and it says a join date of September 2022. It has celery on it. And it says 2 following, 79 followers. So let's see who's actually on the following list and on the followers list. Following is a guy named Corey, and followers. Yeah, so people are starting to follow this page, so it could be, you know. So it really doesn't matter right now because obviously he might be removing things if he's anywhere. But I want to actually go here. Let's go back to the page. So on her actual Twitter page, well, I believe to be her Twitter page, should I say? Someone put by the name of Jay put, bro, really made genius lyrics in 9 months of making music seriously. And D4vd says, my alter egos are really a spectacle because how did I make you and I and Dirty Secrets looking like this? I guess he's talking about his music. How did he make his music looking like this?
Outside, hold on. We outside. Little Blue Rider Hood, you heard it. We outside. I'm on the scooter. You ain't see. Oh. We outside. Hold on. We outside. Little Blue.
So let's go down. So under here, you see that right there. Press 1 if you can actually see it. It says there's someone named Celeste. It says always with that bitch ass Band-Aid on your nose, shaking my motherfucking head. And that comment right there. And then let's scroll down. Hold on. Right here, D4vd says, it says at D4vd, it says, get this off my stuff for BLM, please. And then that's the Celeste page again. And then D4vd says, I made like 7 songs today trying to make the perfect photo dump audio. And then Celeste page says, love fave OMG. And let's scroll down. Love this OMG song. It says replying to D4vd. Hold on. Okay, that's not the one I was looking for. I'm looking for the other replies to this page. She says, I love this OMG song. And then there's a reply right here that says, this song is terrible, bro. So he actually replies to Celeste page and says, this song is terrible, bro. And remember the teacher was saying they met on social media. Let's see what song this is. Okay, so let's go back up. And what we're looking for are any possible replies under her. So this one right here has replies, but I don't know who replied. Because people are starting to post things under these that people are actually finding it. So these are me, actually. I'm not going to put spam because that could be something bad. This is about a fortnight. So let's actually scroll up and see if there's anything else. With this one, it says always with that bitch ass band-aid on your nose. So let's see what is replied under here. Okay, nothing there. So that could be her page or it could be someone else, okay? But again, that's pretty much all it has on there. It's not a lot of stuff on there. And it has nothing since 2022. Now, speaking of D4vd, let's actually go to his Twitter page while we're here. Who wants some D4vd Crocs? Vote for Stray Kids on BMAs, I guess a song. Let's go down to that one of his recent photos. So he made this post right here on August 18th. So let's look at that. And I also want to show y'all one of his old tweets that he made before, which is weird, a strange tweet, okay? So what do y'all actually think about this post right here? Look at what it says. It says, have not posted media in a minute. Hashtag still a baddie. Hashtag still a baddie. I'm not trying to be like stereotypical, but do heterosexual males use the term baddie? Like I'm a baddie. I'm a baddie with a fatty. You know, do heterosexual males use that term? I'm not trying to be whatever. I don't know, y'all. I don't know about this. Have not posted media in a minute. Hashtag still a baddie. So what do y'all think? Because I'm not trying to like, oh, well, it's a stereotype that someone, you know, a heterosexual male says baddie. I never heard of, you know, I'm handsome. But I'm a baddie. I'm a bad bitch. I'm that. It's usually bisexual or females that say that. Bisexual females, gay men. I never really know. So maybe heterosexual man out there can say like, I don't know. But again, people say don't do that. Like, don't say if you use this word that means you're heterosexual. It's stereotypical. I just am calling it what I see it. It just doesn't seem like straight heterosexual male would say hashtag still a baddie. I'm still a baddie with a fatty. Hey. She was a fairy. She was a fairy. Wait, my bad. But so then let's go ahead and look at the photo itself. No, bestie, that's my bestie. The two-tone nails. The two-tone nails, not just black, but two-tone painted nails. People are speculating on the bracelets, like are those all his bracelets? Because he has this like this whole, you know, how she was into Hello Kitty. She was into Hello Kitty. It was like pink and white kind of theme. And he has this cross around his neck. He has his nails painted. With some males, you know, they have like somehow they use like black solid color or whatever. It's just a thing. There are some males that are femboys or whatever. So then he has, you know, he says hashtag still a baddie, and to be I'm not trying to, I really try not to be stereotypical, but it's just hard not to, you know, feel like it's the hashtag for me. It's the hashtag still a baddie that's kind of throwing me off, okay? And then you add it in combination with the actual picture. So I don't know. There's also Lil Uzi that does similar things, but not fully in this same way. So there are some people, you know, it is what it is. But there are sometimes people unalive people because they are, I'm just gonna stick away from certain things, but so pretty much I just feel like he isn't just heterosexual. I'll be honest, I feel like he's at least possibly bisexual. Okay, that's what I will say, based on some pictures I've seen, which I know people say, oh, that's stereotyping, and certain phrasing and words he uses and verbiage he uses, vernacular he uses, it just seems like he's not. He uses like a lot of some words and some things that come across as he's bisexual, not heterosexual. I'll be honest, okay? Ms. Sabaya says, people say it's emo or edgy. I'm calling it zesty. So I will, you know, I'm a bad. It's not even just that. It's like the phrases he uses. I'm a baddie. Like I'm a baddie. Yeah, that could be, you know. Maybe that's a word a lot of people are using now that it's not, you know. Skilo says it's the pose. I'm sure it is his art. Skilo says it's the pose. I'm sure he's arching too. And to be honest, like, why are people actually just like shocked that he could possibly unalive someone and chop them up? Have you listened to his music? Have you saw his office with blood all over it? He's like a homicide fanatic. He's like obsessed with gore. So I mean, I'm being honest. Like, and some of the songs he sings, it's like it's like all over it that he is like obsessed with death and gore and homicide topics and things. So like, now here's the question: why isn't he arrested? Like, why isn't he in jail? Why isn't he in jail? Like, there should be a lot of evidence, or maybe they feel like, I mean, it's obvious that those two were together at matching tattoos. She's in his freaking car, just registered to him in his name. Like, what more do they need to actually make an arrest? They've arrested people off less evidence than that, right? So then we have the mother, Mercedes Martinez. You know, she has shared things, but she's like, I guess, based on, you know, coming back at 61, she's sharing posts from friends, you know, and even her family members in April of 2024 and in February of 2024 about, you know, her daughter being missing from that area. And then they do have a GoFundMe, which I already shared in my last video. So now let's go ahead and look at some more stuff as well and work our way through. So March 28, 2024, looks like something else is coming up here. That's the same thing from that poster. So also, was the mom posting like every day about her daughter on the Facebook? It doesn't seem that way. But I would say people are saying the mother never posted anything, or the mother never went to the police. That's false. The mother, they did go to the police, reports were filed, and the mother did actually post at least sometimes. Now, she didn't post every day, but you know, I'm not gonna go and say the mother never posted her daughter and the mother never made a police report, because that's a lie. Now, is she one of those mothers that's posting like every day and every day and every day? No, she's not. And yes, he's gonna be trending, Jane, because everyone is paying attention to his music and listening to this music to try to see. To be honest, in order to actually hear what he has to say, you have to kind of listen to the music. And there's one song he was actually said something about feeling deadly, like he was very homicidal. So it was bound to happen. He's just homicidal, and I believe the music kind of helped him at first to like live out his homicidal fantasies through his actual music and lyrics, and then he actually finally just executed like his desires and his hidden things. And I think like even expressing himself through his music, his homicidal thoughts and feelings and passions and things. It says 2 new songs, Home and Friends, on my archive. I think that when people started listening to the songs and actually enjoying his music, it kind of actually made him feel even more like accepted. Like, oh my gosh, I'm saying all these crazy things in my songs and people are still loving my music. So it's like he has like a confirmation from the audience and the crowd and people about, you know, about his internal thoughts, even though they're a little creepy. Okay, well, a lot of creepy. Yeah. So let's look at this one tweet that people have been talking about. Well, I know a lot of people are talking about it, but there is another tweet. Let's go to it real quick. But yeah, I hate it. I'm not trying to even bring up sexuality, but I will say that there have been times where people have been unalived because they have realized a secret, or they realize something, or been told something that somebody's trying to keep on the down low. There are times like that. Other times, there are times where things like this happen because the person wants to leave. They want to leave. They want to go back home to their family. And the person does not want them to leave and go back to their family, so they unalive the person to keep them from leaving. So that could be another reason. So on this day right here, May 10th, 2022, it says, when I was writing this, I got a notification from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and your sister again. And it says, take me where I belong, in quotation marks. But our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We got to push through it, bro. And remember, even at one page, Celeste that was commenting under his page before, he was saying bro to the person, even though it's a woman. So what do you think about this post right here, where he's actually saying, it could be about Celeste, it could not be about Celeste, we don't know. But whoever it was a form of control, to where this person was saying they wanted to be with their mom and sister again. And he was saying, no, we have to push through this. We have to stay together. Our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations, but we got to push through it. So pretty much manipulation, control. You're not going home to be with your mom and your sister. You're staying with me. So people do believe that this is actually about Celeste. So what do you all think? Again, this was May 10th, 2022. And if it's not about Celeste, it still speaks to his controlling behavior or mindset, to where if someone wants to do something, he will say, no, you can't do this, or you can't go home to be with your family. I'm going to isolate you, and it's just us. A lot of times people that isolate, they say it's just me and you against the world. It's just us against the world. It's us versus them. And we have to just stick together and push through and be together. And then you're not going to, they keep you away from your family and friends and your school, work, anything where you could be taken from them, complete isolation, so they can have you to themselves. So, and also that's also dangerous, because once you isolate someone like Celeste, and she has no friends, no family, no communication, she's completely cut off, she can actually be missing for a long time and no one won't even know she's missing. She can be unalived and no one will even know she's unalived. Who would know she's unalived or anything if that car had not been impounded and someone noticed a stench or a foul odor? Celeste could still be out there and people would not know she's still, like, she's unalived, because he made sure that she was isolated from everybody around her, right? So that's the whole thing about it. So in his one picture, the recent one right here, where he said he has not posted media in a long time, August 16th, he posted this picture, says hashtag still a baddie, and it is looking like, to be honest, I don't know. So let's go ahead and look at this video. So the next thing we want to talk about as we proceed was around September 17th through 18th, about Doheny Drive. So around Doheny Drive in the Hollywood Hills area of California, the authorities seized electronic evidence from his home where he was known to have resided, and they believe that his manager, I think John Marshall or something like that was the actual person that was renting out the place. So it's not in his name. The rental is actually in John Marshall's name. So people are now coming at the manager really and saying, hey, how could the manager not know that he was involved in the relationship with the minor? And, you know, who was around him a lot. So did the manager know about this relationship? Did the manager know that Celeste was underage? And if not, why didn't he do anything about it? So people are definitely having questions about his manager, like what's happening with his manager. And yeah, so they actually raided. So let's actually look at some raided videos of when they actually went out there to that residence. Hold on.
About the missing girl found dead in singer David's Tesla. We now know police have searched a home in the Hollywood Hills where David had. New details are coming into our newsroom about the missing girl found dead in singer David's Tesla. We now know police have searched a home in the Hollywood Hills where David had been living.
Eyewitness News reporter Monica Deanda joins us live from Hollywood with the very latest. Monica.
Colleen, Phillip, good morning. Take a look here behind me. This home is where David was living, although he does not own the home. LAPD investigators served a search warrant here last night, collecting evidence. Right now, however, this is only being called a death investigation and not a homicide. And we're told that is because the LA County Medical Examiner's Office is still working to determine how exactly this teen girl died. We now know the body found inside the front trunk of a Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard belonged to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. The car where she was found registered to David Anthony Burke, a 20-year-old singer who goes by David.
Hold on 1 second.
Medical Examiner's Office is still working to determine.
So pay attention to where she is standing. So she's standing next to this. There's a front door here and it's gated, right? Where she said this raid is taking place. And then there is a teal green garage right there. So there's like uno, dos, tres. There's 3 like garage doors right here behind her with some it looks like, you know, trees right here as well. So this is the actual location where they where he lives, okay? Where the home or residence is belonging to his manager, okay?
Determine how exactly this teen girl died. We now know the body found inside the front trunk of a Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard belonged to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. The car where she was found registered to David Anthony Burke, a 20-year-old singer who goes by David. Take a look. This video shows crime scene investigators carrying out a laptop and other items from this home on Doheny Place as possible evidence connected to the missing teen's disappearance and death. Police.
And then right there are these like trash bins right here. As you can see right here, to the left where my cursor mouse is. And of course, you know, people have the regular trash bin. They have the ones that, like for recyclables and things like that. And you see trees on both sides. And it's kind of like a down a little alleyway right here where they have cars parked on opposite sides. So this is where they are. And you can see them coming in and out, okay? So pay attention to this location.
Items from this home on Doheny Place as possible evidence connected to the missing teen's disappearance and death. Police remaining very tight-lipped about the investigation, but we now know this home is where the singer was staying. One neighbor we spoke to remembers seeing that distinct Tesla for a while. First, parked in front of the house police searched, and then at 2 different spots along the street.
So neighbors have noted, they had noticed that Tesla, it had been moved at 2 different parts down this road right here, down this little, it's like an alleyway, like a little middle road going down behind this, okay? And you can see where it's taped off. So a neighbor noticed something suspicious. So a lot of times you will find that people notice that something is off, something is suspicious, but then it's kind of like we live in a society where it's like, mind your business, like that's none of your business. So it's like, it could be fishy, but you don't want to just call the police on your neighbor or someone else when it's something. It could be something just not just normal or typical.
Weird to see a car that I haven't seen here for a long time. Had a big dent on it, had a Texas plate on it. So all a little odd, but at the same time, you know, people could be hanging out with friends for, you know, for a long time.
The victim, 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, was first reported missing from Lake Elsinore in early 2024. Eyewitness News learned she ran away a few times and returned before her last runaway in April of 2024.
So it says her last runaway in April 2024, but pay attention. The family was actually posting stuff as of even March, maybe March 18th or last sighting, and then there was a another reshare or something on late March to upwards April. Okay, so there definitely was like a going and coming of Celeste from her family until, you know, finally he was able to keep her away from the family for good, and now she is sadly gone from here, deceased. Okay. So with that being said, if we actually go down, this is that little alleyway I was telling you about, and where they were, you know, conducting this raid to where he lives at. So if you actually pay attention, those trash bins are on the side, and they have the recyclable one, like I said, and the regular one. And then they have, you know, the trees. If we go down, you can see to where they were at. And remember I said there's a door there. There's a door, the gated door right there. Front door. And then the 3-car garage, or the 3 garages right here. So there's uno, dos, tres. And then there's the little trees planted out front. So this is where the raid was taking place at, okay? And again, with Google, it's not going to be always updated, okay? So if we actually turn this around, let's go to about 180 this, we can kind of see where they were, because if you actually go down, now you can start to see that this is where they can see this building at the very end from where they were at. So they were around this circle here. Around this area where these trash bins were at. Where you've seen a bunch of these trash bins. So this is where the police came at, okay? Let's go down a little bit here to see this. So then if you go back here to this news video, and then you go
How exactly does
here, you can see exactly where I was just at. The door, the front door, the gated front door right here, the actual 3 garages right here, the planted trees outside right there. And go back a little bit more.
We now know the body. Search warrant. Calling.
Been living.
Eyewitness News reporter Monica Deanda
To determine tow yard belonged to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. The car where she was found registered to David Anthony Burke, a 20-year-old singer who goes by David. Take a look. This video shows.
And right there, that's the police. They're taking the electronics from the house.
The crime scene investigators carrying out a laptop and
carrying out a laptop. And then there goes those 3 trash cans right there. I mean, 4 trash cans. I think 3 or 4. I think 4 trash cans right there.
Other items from.
And see where they're coming out of. So let's go back to our actual map. Let's flip this.
This home on Doheny Place is possible evidence connected to the missing teen's disappearance and death. Police remaining very tight-lipped about the investigation, but we now know this home is where the singer was staying. One neighbor we spoke to remembers seeing that distinct Tesla for a while. First parked in front of the house, Eyewitness News learned she ran away a few times and returned before her last runaway in April of 2024. The teen had not been heard from since, until September 8th, when the authorities discovered her body inside of that Tesla.
She just seemed very lively and friendly. I just hope that the truth comes out and she gets justice for what happened to her.
And lots of questions still remain, including how the victim and David knew each other. Now, investigators are still working to piece together exactly what happened, but we are also learning that a new song was leaked online that's by the artist titled.
Yeah, what happened to that? Hold on.
And that is now circulating online. So that's
just hope that the truth comes out and she gets justice for what happened to her.
And lots of questions still remain, including how the victim and David knew each other. Now, investigators are still working to piece together exactly what happened, but we are also learning that a new song was leaked online that's by the artist titled Celeste, and that is now circulating online. So that's going on, as well as detectives continuing to figure out how exactly this girl died and what happened. But in terms of the artist, he is in the middle of a tour. We know he was continuing his performances up until yesterday when he canceled his show in Seattle. He does have another one scheduled here in Los Angeles at the Greek Theater for Saturday. No word yet on whether or not that show will be canceled. Live in Hollywood, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Well, he has canceled all of those now, okay? So he's canceled his tour. I mean, in my opinion, I believe they will arrest him. I don't know what the holdup is, but I think they will arrest him. Hold on. So let's actually look inside of the actual place, right? The actual residence. So again, this is the area. This is such a surrounding area, but of course we want to go down here. So this is where they would enter to go to where he's at. No, I don't want to do that. Let's go back. And right there, you can actually see it on the sign. That sign right here, it says Doheny right there, okay? Doheny. So you just go down here. And then that's where the reporter was standing in front of those 3 car garages and that gated, that gate. And then we can go down this way and see what's down there. So this is how the area pretty much looks. Surrounding area. Now we can go back. And then go back up this way. That's how the area looks. So now let's actually pay attention to how it might look on the inside. Now he has taken places inside different places before, not just one place, by the way. But it's coming back as a 4-bedroom, 4.5 bath, 4,315 square feet place. Valued at right here at $4 million. And this is like the actual outside. And if we actually pay attention, let me take this comment down real quick. So if we pay attention, this is the actual, you can see that in this picture, you can see the three garages, right? And the shrubbery outside, the trees planted. You can see that gated front door. So this is the actual building, okay? And there, it looks like there's more than just one unit there. And then inside, you can actually see in like some of his pictures, he has these windows, these windows, how these windows look, right? And this, you can see a lot of the same setup if you pay attention to some of the photos or videos that are put out about him. And then let's go. And then there are some pictures you can actually see him sitting at a piano. At a piano with these same windows, the high up windows arched right there. The windows right there, the fireplace. You can kind of see the same setup. And again, this is from a different angle, that same piano right there. And if you actually pay attention to the outside, that the gate or the fence area, the grass in between, and how everything is pretty much set up and structured outside there. So it's actually a nice place. So why would someone like him, up and coming, rising star, and it looks like he was really gonna be taking off, right? Taking off. And so of course he has this fantasy or this obsession with homicide and gore and violence. And I'm interested to know like his upbringing, is like how did he actually become famous? That stuff is kind of looking into that. That teacher did say that he was one of his students before, or he was a student, or I don't know, he said something like that. So now looking around, this is the actual, it's like a greenish colored, like surroundings. I'm just saying pay attention to it, because if you look at some of his photos, you can see some of these same the same stuff in the background, okay? Like the design and the decor. And then there's actually going up the stairway, there's going to be these high windows. So wait, let me go back to that one picture right here. Where is it? The tile on the bathroom floor right there. Walk-in closets. It's actually a nice place. Okay, so that's kind of a nice place, right? Now let's look at some of these other pictures and videos and things that are floating around online. Now, again, not everything has been confirmed. Some things have been confirmed, some things have not been confirmed. So again, I will tell you what I believe has been confirmed and what has not been confirmed that's floating around here. Okay. So, for example, there are rumors circulating that she was pregnant based on Discord messages, which we will go over, and why people are saying that. But there is no medical examination or medical examiner or coroner confirmation of the pregnancy. So that's a rumor. So a lot of things are rumor based on what people believe to be real or not real based on Discord messages and things posted in Discord or on social media. And then the whole song about Celeste, it exists online but has not been 100% authenticated. But I will. And then also I did listen to the lyrics of Romantic Homicide. That was actually made before she was unalive. So again, when you're listening to certain songs, make sure you know the time. That was before she was unalive, but still, it's still a song that's significant as to his mind state. And then there are some songs that are around the time that he was with her, and those songs are disturbing. So I will pay attention to not just the song Romantic Homicide, which would be like just because of the title. Pay attention to other songs that he made even more recently. Okay. And there have been also vigils that they have held in Lake Elsinore for Celeste, obviously, and people are obviously trending the new hashtag Justice for Celeste. And D4vd has pretty much canceled his tour. And I want to say this: we have to do more in society for social media, which the teacher did bring up for social media, and because that's the new hunting ground now, is that everyone can connect on social media. So how can we protect people or monitor social media more? I don't know. It's just a lot is going on with social media, and social media has not really caught up even with real life. It has not. And even for like myself and others, we already know that social media is like way behind as far as real life goes, as far as how people act and behave on social media, stalk people on social media, and then the laws have not really caught up with how social media is going to respond to, or even police are going to respond to social media. And before, people can have to be in person or meet in person. Now people have access to other people just by simply logging into social media. Someone way older can have access to someone way younger just by even those video games. For people playing video games, there's grown-ups playing video games with children on even like Roblox. They don't, people are grown-ups and children can meet online easily thanks to social media. And people, kids can be on tablets, or teenagers, anyone can be on tablets or computers at any moment or any time of the day and meet anyone online, even people catfishing or pretending to be anyone else. So there's easy access to people now. So and then there's the other side too, because I always look at things from all sides. If you have someone that is a teenager and they keep running away, sometimes parents, their hands are tied. The person after a while is labeled as a runaway, and the police don't really break their necks to try to, get someone that's a runaway. So people are going to go hard on the mother. And will I be honest? Do I believe that the mother possibly could have posted more? And did possibly post it more on social media to spread awareness? Yes. I think she probably relied on the help of other people. At the same time, a 13-year-old or even someone that wants to run away, they're gonna run away, and there's nothing a parent can do out the wall. If they send the child to school or they send the child here and they keep on leaving and not going and running away and doing what they want to do. There are some kids that just are stubborn. They're gonna do what they want to do. There are some parents that say, don't date someone, stop dating someone. People still will date that person or do what they want to do. So I just try to look at it from all sides. Now, would I expect that a mother with an 11-year-old would be posting way more on social media? I was trying to do way more with flyers. Yes. Mercedes looks like she's 61. That could also possibly play a factor. I don't know. Also, looks like a lot of the family are not in America, in the United States. And people have to look at that. That could also play a factor. If people are not from America, or if there's, I don't know if there's immigration or not, immigrants are not involved or not. I'm not going to just speculate based on there, but I'm just saying a lot of people are not from here. So sometimes people that are immigrants, they don't even want to involve themselves with police too much because they might feel like they'll get deported or some other thing might happen to them if they come into contact with police too much. So there are a lot of factors that could play into this. So that's why I don't really like to judge people until I really know the full situation of everyone involved and everything that's happening before I can just like, oh, it's your fault, it's your fault. What I do know is the person that is at fault is people. People can say, you know, they believe it's other people, but I believe it's D4vd. He could have said, my car is missing, it's reported missing, reported missing or do this or that, but he didn't do that. Also, let's be honest, this is your girlfriend. Y'all have matching tattoos. Why didn't you go to the police and say, well, my girlfriend is missing? Did you call her family and say, have you seen her? Like, if this is your girlfriend, say, hey, maybe she went back home. Let me call her mother. Let me call her family. Let me stop by her family house. Let me check here. Let me check there. Let me do this. Let me do that. But no checking on the car, no seeing where she's at, how she's doing. And what about you report her missing because she's your girlfriend? Your girlfriend is missing. You haven't heard from her, right? Suspicious. So people can keep on like thinking it's someone else, but in my opinion, it has his name all over it. And to be honest, I didn't even know who he was. I'm gonna put up a poll. How many of you knew who D4vd was before this situation? I didn't. Hold on. So let's actually look at some of these, this stuff that is posting through here. Okay, so StreamYard is annoying sometimes when they have things blocked. So that's the Celeste. That's the Twitter I already showed you all already. That's Celeste. Obviously, the family posted when she was missing, and now let's talk about a little bit about some of his, his lyrics and other things like that. Celeste Rivas was last seen. That was a missing persons poster. And by the way, the phone numbers that were attached to that missing person poster goes back to the family, of course, and one being Jesus Rivas. And when you look up Jesus Rivas, Mercedes is attached to his name. So I'm believing that may be the father. And it says, here are some postings he made. Like he made this post right here before. It says, me after hearing about her past with other boys. He reposted it. These are things he reposted, not posted himself or reposted. That means you take someone else's post and repost it. Me after hearing about her past with other boys, I'm jealous and utterly disgusted by her actions. And he has this whole thing like there is a lot of violence. So then he posted that. He reposted it, should I say. And then it says, me, if I see her talk with other guys. So very controlling, very possessive type personality. Just B says he didn't even fly home after finding out there's a body in his car. It wasn't until they identified her and linked them to each other. Yeah, I believe he's guilty. I don't believe that anyone set him up. I mean, if your girlfriend goes missing, you can also report her to police and say, hey, my girlfriend went missing. I haven't heard from my girlfriend. You know, checking for her, but there's no checking for her. I know anything. Yeah. It says, me watching her scream after I poured boiling water on her after she told a boy happy birthday, because why you happy he made it another year. So this person is really violent. So I'm curious to know his full history. A lot of violent thoughts, so I say, okay? So now people blame violence on video games, but there is a lot of people that play video games that are not actually going out and being violent. So a lot of times I believe people are, it's like which came first, the chicken or the egg. I believe people that are violent are gonna be violent no matter what. So I don't believe that video games make people violent. I believe that it might desensitize people to violence, but it doesn't make people violent. People are just gonna be violent because they are violent, and then they just so happen to choose video games because they like the violence. So I believe violence comes first. That people are like they are just that way, and then they choose video games. Because if video games make people violent, there'll be a lot of people out there that are violent, but most people just know it's a game and they just stick to that. So there's a lot of Hello Kitty themes with her. And then I think that, you know, in one of the missing persons flyer, they actually said that she was wearing Hello Kitty slides. And by the way, people are floating around pictures of him with another woman. There's more than one person. So not every picture is Celeste. But let me say this. Not every picture of him with someone. There's a girl in one of his music videos that looks just like Celeste. So every picture is not him with Celeste. Some pictures are Celeste and some are not. Okay, and some pictures are blocking the actual girl's face to actually see who it is, but you can tell sometimes by the clothing. So I want to clarify that. So these are the actual lyrics to the song that was floating around that people are saying was made about Celeste, and it says Celeste and the verse. Okay. Hold on. And as you can see right here, he has the Hello Kitty cup right there. Screenshot has to fix this issue they have with sharing videos. So let me pull this up in a different tab. Hold on. And I'm meaning the actual song lyrics. Hold on. I think he was too scared to call the police because he unalived her. It wasn't the fact that she ran away. He knew that she was deceased in that car, so he knew he would be called. I believe that he was hoping that nobody would ever find her or anything. He already knew that he'll be obviously the one suspected if he called the police. So this is a lead song lyrics. It says, "Darling, I would love to ease your mind, but you only open up when you get high. If I had the money, I would buy us time just to get by, just to stay high." Verse 3, it says, "Oh, Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest, smell her on my clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed. Oh, Celeste, afraid you'll only love me when undressed, but you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed, but I digress because," it says, "I love you so much, baby. I love you so much." And then, "I love you so much. I love you so much," right there. It says, "Be my Valentine. I want to make you feel suicidal. These are the kind of thoughts that cross just because. So anyways, it says, "So this is what it's like to not need weed to get me high. I love it when you hold me, when you cry, just because. So remember, on one of the missing persons poster, it said that she was last seen in Hello Kitty slippers, slides or whatever, right? So he always is having his Hello Kitty as well. And he has like a whole thing about Hello Kitty too. So in my opinion, everything is just linking to him. I don't see why he's not under arrest. Like everything is pretty much linking to him. In his car that's registered to him. Who else could it possibly be? Now people are posting their own theories, and again, some of the stuff I have to verify before I, go with it or whatever. People are thinking it could be someone that also lives with him, are around him all the time, that could have used his car, and that he's not possibly the only one. People are posting that he has a friend that they feel is creepy. People are also trying to blame the manager, because they said the manager is the one that owns the place. Not owns it, but the rental and who's renting the place is actually under the manager. So his manager is the one that has his name on the lease for that place that was raided. So people are trying to say, people are thinking that there could be other suspects. I'm like, to me, the suspect is the homicidal, violent one. And now let me tell y'all something. People say that people's lyrics are representative of the person. Not always. Art does not always imitate life. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. I write songs, and every song I write is not about me. It could be about how I observe others or how I view others. For example, I don't smoke, but I might add that to a song. If I'm talking about like hanging out, going to the club, I might say smoke, but I don't actually smoke. But I know others smoke, so I'm just if I'm making a club song, I'm making it for people that go to clubs. I'm making it for people that do this or do that. So it's not always about the person themselves. Okay, so I don't believe people say, "Oh, the song." If someone were to listen to some of my songs, they'll think that every song is about me. I don't even smoke. You know what I'm saying? I don't smoke or drink. Now I was before a social drinker, but I'm not anymore. So right now I don't smoke or drink. So if you listen to the song, you would think I smoke and drink, but I don't. So I wouldn't say that art is always like someone's music always means it's about that person. That's not true. It could be about others. Some people write songs and books about other people or fantasies outside of themselves. Now, in some cases like him, I do believe that are imitated life. That he has these dark feelings and desires, and he carried out his these desires in real life. Hold on 1 second. Last seen wearing gray pants and a black sweater, hat and Hello Kitty sandals. Riverside Sheriff report. Left the house at 9 p.m. on Friday, April 5th. So there, it looks like she was like going and coming from the from her parents. So that's probably why the last time the police were not taking it as seriously. If she was always like, leaving home and then going back home and then leaving and going back. So then, she was put as possibly a runaway and not someone in real danger. But obviously, if she's with a grown man, that she's obviously being groomed, and grooming has to be taken seriously if someone is being groomed, right? So yeah. But I can see just by the family's Facebook that there is a back and forth. There was a back and forth with Celeste where she was gone and then back and then gone and then back and gone and then back. So there was it wasn't like she, it was like the first time she went missing. Yeah, we went over some text messages that there was a guy named Gust. Hold on. But again, that still has to be, that's not 100% verified with those messages. Because, I mean, the person that actually confirmed was the alleged brother from Twitter. But how do I know that that's a real Twitter page for the brother? Oh, not Twitter, but IG page for the brother. So there is a brother that's allegedly even speaking to the news. I can post that. Okay. Hold on. People are believing that it's Celeste, but she's covering up her face. But then there's another person that looks just like her, to be honest, too. Hold on. There's another girl that you can see some of his screams that looks just like Celeste. That's not Celeste, should I say. Hold on. So the person that keeps on covering up their face, people are believing that that's Celeste covering up her face in some of these photos. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let's actually listen. Let's listen to this song right here. I need you on my mind. It's all places, but I'm close to you. I'm getting there. Take me where I belong. We both been through this before. Tell me where I went wrong. So the alleged brother said that the Gus person was unalived or shot up. So the one Gus that we're looking for, if it's real, if it's a real story, is someone that the alleged brother said was shot up and is no longer here. I cannot do this no more. Let me in my eyes. Pay attention to the part where he said something about what? Let me in my eyes. I don't need no more lies. It's all enough of them already. I need you on my mind. It's all places, but I'm close to you. I'm getting dead. As time passes by, my thoughts of you are getting deadly. As time passes by, my thoughts of you are getting deadly. What do y'all think about that? Hold on 1 second.
The LAPD took possession of this Tesla after human remains were found inside the car at Hollywood Tow. But this deadly discovery may be connected to the 1400 block of Blue. The LAPD took possession of this Tesla after human remains were found inside the car at Hollywood Tow. But this deadly discovery may be connected to the 1400 block of Bluebird Avenue in the Hollywood Hills.
Just smelled like sewage. We all thought it was sewage.
A neighbor who asked us not to share her identity says the dark-colored Tesla with Texas plates was abandoned on the street all summer long.
I think the community knew something was wrong and reported the car being abandoned.
The car was towed to this yard where the LAPD was called to investigate on Monday because of a strong smell as well. Detectives served a search warrant and found human remains. From SkyCal, we could see the front trunk was open, but investigators aren't saying where they found the remains. Jessica Colella lives nearby.
Knowing that it happened like right here next to me is really scary. And also, again, just like heartbreaking for whoever.
So Jess B says, yeah, I don't think this happened because of a dark fantasy. I think it will all come back to fear over her age. Here's the thing. Could two things be true at once? That he has a fantasy of a dark life, of this imageries where he has a bunch of pictures with blood, like this like fashion with blood all over his shirt. He has these videos depicting violence. And he has these song lyrics depicting violence. And then on top of that, he has jealousy and controlling nature and abusive personality. He has this girl who is, yes, young. She wants to leave. People are thinking that she was pregnant, which is not verified or confirmed because of some messages in Discord, which I will show you. And there, you know, it's statutory grave. He's not supposed to be with this minor. And the teacher mentioned something about blackmail. I don't know if that's true. Again, all this stuff is unconfirmed. We don't know. So yes, I do believe that he was afraid of her, you know, being in trouble for statutory rape and being in trouble for that. And at the same time, to be an unaliver, to be glorifying violence the way he does and depicting violence and all this stuff and these thoughts that he's had through his music. And I believe that all of it together combined is why you have someone like him that is capable, who has probably thought about these things all the time, is capable of actually chopping somebody up, dismembering their body and putting them inside of a front. So I believe two things can be true at once, that yes, he is trying to unalive her to protect himself and cover up him having statutory rape with this minor. And at the same time, he also lived out his sick fantasy of unaliving someone and chopping their body up and all the stuff that he sings and glorifies in his music and fantasizes with. So I do believe that there are some people that just actually, when they have all these thoughts through their music and their art, they are actually twisted. And that's why they give you how these twists, like he shares these twisted memes and twisted stuff. He's twisted. I believe that he actually unalived her because I think he took pleasure in it, doing so too. And to actually chop up her body the way he did it to someone he's supposed to care and love, yeah, that is someone definitely probably has reading about doing things like that, in my opinion. Yeah, some people are not the characters they play, and others are actually exactly who they portray themselves to be. Some people actually rap about violence and they are actually violence, and some people do and they don't. So I guess it depends on the individual.
The victim is.
Several people who work near the tow yard told us they picked up a strong smell in recent days, but Bridget Foster and her co-worker were not aware of anything odd.
Just shock about how something like that can happen so close by.
Both TMZ and the LA Times report that Tesla belongs to recording artist David, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke. Both outlets report he's alive and well and scheduled to perform in Minneapolis Tuesday night. His schedule also includes a concert in Los Angeles on September 20th. Both at the tow yard and the Hollywood Hills, neighbors say the deadly discovery is a reminder to be present for your community.
You live in a city where sometimes people do need help and need to be looked out for, and so I think kind of coming together and kind of noticing things more, not really being so quick to turn ahead.
If something looks strange, definitely say something and don't wait.
Aiden Wilkins of Montgomery County looks like any other kid, but he's not.
Okay, so that's that. Let's go back to this video. So also, let's look into the actual manager of D4vd, who actually is on the rental listing. So let's see what he is all about, okay? This was a when your car declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021. So again, when they said that she was missing at one point with the Hello Kitty, and she's like, she likes Hello Kitty. So right here, he's saying the one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021. So is he talking about Celeste, and that he says that he met her in 2021? when your car declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021. So she likes Hello Kitty. So, I mean, and again, these days, predators, you know, it's not like, oh, watch out for strange bands or this band, or watch out for that person at the playground. Now, predators, they just need Wi-Fi, internet, Wi-Fi, and a social media platform to actually find kids these days. Okay. And you know, some parents can, you know, try to put blocks or do this or do that, but there's a lot of times kids could probably even try to bypass parental blocks, or bypass this or bypass that, or do what they want to, you know, find a way to get past whatever is blocked. So there's easy access to kids, teenagers these days via social media, and you know. So again, this is just a place where they rate it. So if you actually pay attention in this photo, he actually is at that piano, and you can see that the place I told you about had that piano with the windows and glass doors like that set up. That looks like the same residence that was raided. And the family member actually put up, there's actually an IG page that the sister allegedly took over, and we can actually go to that IG page. It's called Dean Blunt Lover. So let's go over there. This is one of the posts that Dean Blunt Lover posted. It says, "Hey everyone, I've been reading through comments and I just want to clear a few things up. First, we are absolutely not trying to scam anyone. Every single donation is going directly where it's supposed to. The GoFundMe was originally created by I guess Celeste Tia herself. Okay. I guess her aunt herself. Okay, hold on. Let me actually go directly to the page. So let's look at this real quick. Celeste was only 15 years old. She should still be here with us. She trusted someone who did not protect her, and now she is gone. Celeste's life mattered. We are sharing her story so people know her name and what happened. Please help spread it so she is never forgotten. So I guess these are supposed to be baby pictures or younger pictures of Celeste on the family posting. And then they have the GoFundMe posted. So this is the page right here. Bringing this account back. Please share last seen in can we spread Celeste story? And then let's see here. Let's go back to this video. One thing about StreamYard, it makes it so small. Let me bring this up in a different tab. I tried to make it into a video format, but now it's too freaking small. Okay, so now there's one with them sharing like he has a blue wig and she has a blue wig. I think somebody photoshopped that. It doesn't look real. Now I do want to show this to what the cousin posted on her social media. I showed the cousin earlier, but I want to show another one that she shared around the time Celeste was missing. One of the first times. So when her cousin Wendy posted this before, it says, "Be careful with who you talk to on the internet, guys. Don't make the same mistakes my cousin made. You don't who you talking to on the side of this flash. You don't know who you're talking to on the internet. Please be safe out there, guys." So she's talking about, in my opinion, Celeste, because that at the same time, that was February 26th. She actually was posting about Celeste around February 17th with the other family members. And by that time, February 20th, Celeste was already back. So I feel that Celeste probably did come back and tell like people at her school and others about David, right? Because the teacher actually said that Celeste was telling people about David and internet. So maybe she even told family about it, but it's because his cousin says a post about be careful people on the internet. So I do believe that she was groomed. She was groomed. She met, she was online and she was groomed by him, and he got her, out of that home. And then it was like a pull back and forth until finally he was able to keep her away from home way longer. And then ultimately now he unalived her. So I do believe that she was groomed starting from the internet. Possibly a fan of his music, a fan of certain things online, and then he groomed her. Okay. So that's one photo. Now let's look at another one. I already showed y'all that. We're gonna get to the Discord stuff. Why people think that she's pregnant. Okay, here it is. Let's look at this one. First, okay, it says, "Hey everyone, I've been reading through the comments and I just want to clear a few things up. This is Alette's sister right here. where now I will say this. This page has the actual like childhood photos of her, so it's more realistic. It says, first, we are absolutely not trying to scam anyone. Every single donation is going directly where it's supposed to. And as I said, the actual GoFundMe is actually linked to her real family and to her real Facebook. Okay, I already verified that for sure. The GoFundMe was originally created by Celeste herself, I guess her aunt. She did post it, but later had to take it down because people were digging into her account and finding personal information about the family. Out of respect for their privacy and to protect them during this really painful time, we decided to share it here instead. Adding on to this, we want to be clear that we do not know where Celeste was. We did not know where Celeste was, and we also did not know who David was. The police have not shared any information about him with us either. Her funeral will likely be in 2 to 3 weeks once everything has been finalized. When this is all over, we'll be deactivating this account. We are not clout chasing. We are not scamming anyone. We are simply trying to honor Celeste and support her family through this. This fundraiser is simply about helping the family through an incredibly hard moment. We really appreciate everyone's support, kindness, and prayers. Gracias, and then it goes into Espanol, de corazón, for almost helping us reach the goal. So there is a GoFundMe, which I shared in part 1. Again, this is part 2. This was also posted as to, I guess, to be the vehicle impound information showing 9/10/2025 Tesla, Texas plates 2023 and black, and it says SU from the Los Angeles Police Department Central Division. And it says total charge $195, total charge $1,020. Pickup date September 19, 2025. Vehicle release $115. Storage $600. So that's like the impound information. Okay, now let's listen to a music video, like partially, not fully, obviously, because it's copyrighted. You would believe that he also has some sort of obsession with the date of September 7, 2022. Let me see Celeste's birthday. Celeste Rivas' birthday. September 7th is Celeste's birthday. So that's her birthday. And then they believe that he does certain things on September 7th, whatever, about her birthday. So let's look at this right here. Let's see what this is. This is the start of the, and it says general chat, September 7, 2022. So I guess they're saying that he created a Discord. He created a Discord on her birthday of September 7, 2022. And so let's go to the video. I guess it's called Placebo Effect. So let's go to D4vd video called Placebo Effect. D4. So here we are with him. He's wearing this white long sleeve shirt, shirt with a tie. He has his blindfolded, you know, his eyes are covered, and he has this theme of blood splatter all over it. Not a good look for someone that, you know, was a dead body in your actual trunk.
So rapidly, oh, won't you comfort me? I know.
So let's actually just scroll through. Okay. I'm not gonna really play this song, but I would just say check it out in your own time because I cannot play copyrighted music. And that's probably why he's getting more abused, because people are checking out the lyrics of the song, see what it's all about. Okay, hold on. Now I do want to look at some of the images through the song. Okay. Hold on 1 second. So let's actually go to, let's see what part I'm gonna go to. Where is it? Not that one. Oh, this is that's why this is the audio. I'm on the wrong one. I was like, what's happening? So I need to go to the actual official placebo official placebo effect official music video. I got the wrong one. I was like, where is it? So it's actually an official music video. I knew something was going off. I'm like, it's the same thing.
Days go by so rapidly. Oh, won't you comfort me?
Now pay attention to what is happening as far as the visuals. There's a car right there. Now look, inside of the trunk, look, he's you know. And don't forget, she was actually found in the front of a car, okay? Of a Tesla. So yeah, okay, so right here it says D4vd asking for name suggestions, and says author of pregnancy reveal D4vd's arm on her leg. And they're trying to say that there is someone in the Discord with a deleted username, and it says, "What should I name my kid, guys?" And it says deleted user. And they're pretty much just thinking that this is the deleted user person is actually Celeste. They're thinking that now there are times where someone that's underage gets pregnant, right? And one of the biggest things that can happen is if someone gets pregnant that's underage, that's going to be obvious proof that the person has been statutorily raped, like statutory rape, because now the person is having a child. So that's why people are thinking that because of these Discord messages. Now, I would say I will wait until there's a coroner report, medical examiner report back before believing that someone is pregnant. So it says deleted user, just so you know, March next year left my ass off. It says if the pregnancy was not a hoax and if she is pregnant in the autopsy report, she was murdered before March this year. If the autopsy report shows that she recently had a child, then she was murdered more recently than March. There's also a possibility if someone were actually pregnant, they could lose a child as well. But again, these are just messages. We don't even know if the pregnancy thing is actually true or not. These are actually Discord. So again, for the pregnancy, I would not just believe it just because it's from some sort of Discord or some sort of speculation. I would just wait until there's a medical report or coroner's report. They will be able to tell if there's anything such as that. Okay, they will be able to make that determination. But pretty much, this is where stuff is coming from these Discord postings. And it says, deleted user, I don't have parents. So they're believing that she's the deleted user, and it says, no problem right there. Deleted users on 2024 says I'm 17, but I mean, she wasn't 17, but people are thinking that she's lying for her age. It says they believe she was 17. We don't know if this was her, purely speculation currently. Yeah, it's all speculation. Whoever that deleted user was said they were 17. If she's gonna lie for her age, why wouldn't she say that she's like 18 or someone older? Why would she still say some minor age? So again, that's why I said it's speculation. That's speculation, because like if you're actually trying to hide your age, because on another thing it was saying that she was 18, so why would she go back to saying 17? That wouldn't make sense. So again, we have to wait until a coroner says otherwise. I don't have parents, no problem. That's the same one. I'm 17. What should I name my kids, you guys? It says D4vd asking for name suggestions. What should I name my kids, guys? So they're saying that D4vd was asking for name suggestions. And then deleted user right here. After the pregnancy reveal, D4vd's arm on her leg. So what do y'all think about that? Hold on. Let's look at this one. And then that's this one right here. where it says, deleted user says guys, and it says yes. And it says right here, deleted user, I think I'm pregnant. Okay. So that they're thinking that people are thinking that deleted user is actually, they're thinking that that's Celeste. Okay. That's where the pregnancy stuff comes from. But again, that person was saying they were 17. And if they were really trying to hide their age, why wouldn't they say 18? They were saying they don't have parents. So again, that's speculation. And people are saying that this is an old message under one of the postings that says that somebody by the name of Robin posted under one of the old posts that says, waiting for LAPD to get your ass for messing with the 13-year-old girl. And that was posted in 2024 underneath that post. And they're trying to say that people in Discord already knew all about Celeste and him being with Celeste. And it says right here. Now, what's interesting is that in the Charlie Kirk Unaliving of Charlie Kirk by Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old from, Utah, and at Utah State University, where that happened, they are bringing up Discord. So I'll be honest, Discord is going to be feeling like some backlash because too many things are happening with Discord. We have Celeste with things like Discord postings. We have Charlie Kirk's killer posting in Discord. So people are definitely going to be looking into Discord and what's happening with Discord. And I'll be honest, Discord is definitely somewhere where you can easily, I feel, hang out and be around Discord. And it's not a lot of monitoring as far as the site goes, where you can have, like, you can set up rooms and just talk about whatever you really want, to be honest. It's definitely a place where people will be monitoring, probably figuring out how they can, I guess, control it more. I don't know. So back in 2024, someone put, yeah, her name is Celeste. He said he was never in a relationship on his story. Someone put, and then someone else put, she's so pretty. And then someone said, again, her name is Celeste. And then someone said, show me. It says, I don't have a picture. It says she's so pretty. Show where you see her. And then someone says, on his screen a few times a few months ago in TikTok. Here's the thing. People are saying that there's more than one Celeste, or there's a girl that looks like Celeste is older. So again, right now, there's a lot of things that's circulating around. And I would say to wait for the police to do their investigation. But in the meantime, right now, it's obvious that he was with Celeste. That's the missing, the one that was in his trunk, obviously matching tattoos, everything like that. Okay. But sometimes with people like him, there's an obsession where they will be with one person and then they'll find lookalikes, or there are people that I know, even celebrities, that every time they get a new girlfriend or in a new relationship, the person looks like they're the last person. They look similar to the other person they were just dating. It's like they keep on dating the same person over and over, but look similar or the same. Even Kanye was like with Kim, and then he got with that other girl that looks kind of like Kim, not Kim, but there's a resemblance there. Even what's his name? I think, was it Chris Brown? People get with people that look similar to people that they are in love with or were obsessed with or something with at some point. So people do that. So that's not going to be unusual, but it definitely will be confusing, especially when, in the cases like this. People are blaming, they're looking for, some people don't want to believe it's D4vd, so they're blaming his actual manager. And some people are blaming this other guy. I'm not going to post the guy, but they're blaming this other guy because the guy posted, they're saying he posted weird stuff in the D4vd Discord. He was posting weird stuff in there. And he's like a friend of his, and they're blaming him. So, I mean, sometimes birds of a feather flock together. Okay, so let's see what's next. So there was a vigil for Celeste, and then they have pictures of that vigil that just happened recently. And there are people making postings saying they know Celeste or they know people in the area. Again, one thing you have to be careful of are people that just come out and say they know the person, but they might not know the person. So I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of posting things that it could be people just cloud chasing and just posting something. People are saying that there's one person that made a post saying that she sold her for that, like the mom and relatives sold her, or the sister sold her for money. The $10,000. So I'm not gonna be posting that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, but where's the proof that the mom sold her or the sister sold her? And again, if you're actually in this sector, in this space, people actually literally make up lies about me. They make up stuff. They just literally just make up stuff. And for attention or clout, anybody can just make a page and just say anything. So until there's actually confirmation that, you know, the mom and sister sold her, yeah. So anyways, I'm not posting that. I'm just letting y'all know. Right now in this live, I'm just letting y'all know what I think. So you can think what you want to think, because obviously the police have not finished this investigation, but I'm just letting you know what I think about each rumor and gossip. The thing where the mom and sister sold her, I think the family, based on the family's post, they were actually looking for her and filed a police report. I don't think the mother and father would file a police report. They actually sold her. Why would they sell her and then that would tell on themselves? If they sold her, they wouldn't want the police to get involved at all. So if they sold her, why did they make flyers with their phone number and go and report her to the police? Policia. I showed y'all the Facebook pages of the auntie, the friends of the family, and even the mom talking about her being missing and wanting her home. And if they sold her, they would just let it fly under the radar. So I don't believe those stories of being sold. Okay. Now, if the family never posted anything or reported anything to the police, and they just they didn't say anything about anything ever, then that would be more suspicious. But the fact that they went to the police and they also had these flyers, and the family and friends were sharing these flyers and making it to 2024, I'm not gonna go with that. Oh, whoever's spreading that. Okay. They're also supposed to be releasing, they are saying the date of death was actually September 8th, 2025. So people are thinking that she died way back in March. If she was saying that she was pregnant, that means that the baby had to be already born, or was lost, or a miscarriage, or a stillborn, or just, I don't know. But I don't really think the baby thing, and to be honest, we don't know. Let's say that's not her in the Discord. Even if that's not her in the Discord, we still will have to wait, because who knows, maybe the real person actually could have got pregnant more recently than even since March, or since that another time. It's possible that we don't know. The real person could have been pregnant or not pregnant. We don't know until the medical examiner report comes back. So let me actually see what's going on with that. Okay, I thought I had that open already. Let's see. Let's see what this is right here. So I guess that case number, case status, open body status, ready for release. Okay, it sent me to a form to order it. So I don't know if I can order it now or if it's available now or not. So then let's go ahead and look at a video of the actual vigil. They had a vigil for her, Celeste. Okay, I think I covered the pregnancy rumors, the brother, cousin. Okay, there was another article as well discussing the brother and what he had to say.
Tesla registered to him. The severely decomposed remains of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, who was reported missing last year. As of now, investigators have not classified her death as a crime, but were seen overnight searching a home connected to David in Hollywood Hills, not far from where the Tesla was originally abandoned, according to 4 law enforcement sources. Those sources say they were seeking any digital devices, security cameras, phones, computers that could connect the teen to the location or reveal a relationship, if any, to David. Authorities have not yet confirmed the specific connection between the house and the singer. A spokesperson for the singer, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke, has said he is fully cooperating with the authorities while out on tour, though his concert last night in Seattle was suddenly canceled. Born in New York City and raised in Houston, David only started making music in the last several years, initially as a way, he said, to avoid copyright issues on video game montages he would share. Songs like Romantic Homicide and Here With Me going viral on TikTok, where he has 3.8 million followers. The 20-year-old reacting to his rise to fame earlier this year.
It's definitely very, very euphoric.
Now, in a new spotlight, as police try to piece together how a 15-year-old's remains ended up in his car. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Where you go when you...
Okay, this is the brother statement at the bottom. It says, singer D4vd canceled the remainder of his U.S. tour amid an investigation into the death of a 15-year-old girl whose decomposed remains were found last week in the trunk of his Tesla. Venues in San Francisco and Los Angeles announced the tour cancellations on Friday. The Romantic Homicide singer, 20, was on his Withered World Tour and was scheduled to perform Friday at the Warfield and Saturday at the Greek Theater. A link to the event appears to have been removed from the theater's website. The Warfield lists the show as canceled, according to the singer's website. He was scheduled to perform overseas, but many of the shows have now also been canceled. The musician, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, has not publicly commented on the canceled tour. His spokesperson said in a statement last week that he was fully cooperating with authorities. An attorney for Burke has not responded to repeated calls and emails for comment. Los Angeles police have not named a person of interest or a suspect, as the case is considered a death investigation. The remains were discovered September 8th in the trunk of the singer's Tesla at a Los Angeles impound lot. After police received a call about a foul odor coming from the vehicle, the car was taken to Hollywood Tow after a person reported it had been abandoned. Law enforcement sources said the remains were not intact. The county medical examiner's office identified the remains as those of a teenage girl named Celeste Rivas, who was reported missing last year from Lake Elsinore, California. A cause of death has not been determined. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office said Rivas vanished on April 5th, 2024, but did not provide additional details. Matthew Rivas, 18, who identified himself as her brother, said the family is struggling to cope with her death. He said, "I'm just trying to stay positive. I'm just trying to move forward," he said this week in a phone interview. So this was a phone conversation, a phone interview. Again, I did show those text messages allegedly from the brother to someone else, and direct messages, and he pretty much was saying that the stuff in those messages were about his sister, and that one guy she was referring to previously was named Gus, and that person was unalive. I will show you those text messages, but again, that's still speculation as to is that the real brother behind that page. But yes, she does have a brother named Matthew Rivas. I did show y'all his Facebook, which is connected to the auntie and mom. It says, "My mom's grieving really bad. My dad's grieving really bad." On Wednesday night, Los Angeles police searched the home in a neighborhood where the singer's Tesla was abandoned. Detectives from the Robbery and Homicide Division served a search warrant at the Doheny Place home in connection with Rivas' death. The Los Angeles Police Department said in a statement, several items were recovered and will be analyzed, authorities said. Okay, so again, there is a brother, Matthew Rivas, but at the same time, we still have to be careful as far as what's his real social media besides that real Facebook. Is that the real IG page of Matthew that I showed you? Is possibility. He did have a picture on there that I did not see elsewhere, which is indicative sometimes that it is a real page, that they have private photos that others don't have, that I don't see public. However, that's not always the case. Sometimes people are web sleuths, but yeah. So I did show that already. So if you missed it, I would say replay this video and start from the actual beginning of the video. Okay. Yeah. So let's go to the next thing, which is okay. I already went over the cousin. So here's another post from the cousin's page. She wrote, "Help us find her, please. Help us find her, please." So here's another photo. So the family were looking for her off and on, because sometimes she'd be with them and sometimes she would not be with them. Okay. Okay, I already showed the Twitter page. Child. Now, I ain't gonna lie. If it's true about one of the friends, that person is suspect, and creepy. But again, I have to look. I'm gonna look more into that before I post anything on that person. But that's a mess. Now, TMZ did post this. TMZ did post this image right here, and it's pretty much showing that he was actually close to the address of the parents. Not where he was raided, where he resided, but to where he's close. In this photo, he was close to the area of where Celeste actually lived with her actual relatives in that photo. D4vd says, "Literally, bro, my old page is still up too." And then he tags someone at ANTLBL, and it says that person says old account used to go crazy. And D4vd says, "Our DMs on that account is enough to send us both below hell." So again, I don't know what their DMs were, but that's one of the statements he made. And this is just him hanging out in one of the, you know, homes and just showing the actual decor of the place and how it matches the residents of the other place. With the actual, you know, tile and things like that, and the countertop. And again, earlier in the video, we've already showed the actual place already, okay? Okay, I'm going to say that for the next video. I'm going to skip this one. Okay, I showed that already. So I think we're going to be wrapping up soon. A few more things I want to go over. A little bit. It looks like a little bit he's trying to. I wonder if he likes Uzi because it looks like he tries to imitate him sometimes, to be honest. So in the actual Discord, people are posting this. So people are going to be talking about Discord and what be happening in Discord. So D4vd says Celeste in here. This was back in 2022. And Celeste writes, hi, David, Bart. And it says, someone says, my fucking keyboard is broken, etc. And then Celeste at the very bottom says, I just joined, laughing out loud. Okay. So that's what people are talking about. And also make sure that if you actually put something in my chat, make sure you run it by me because you have to send me stuff on my IG at DaniRobertson YT. Again, DaniRobertson YT, before you post things in my chat, I have to verify and vet it. Okay, so make sure it's verified and vetted with receipt backing it before you post it in here. Okay, it has to be, or it has to be posted as speculative. That's speculation. Someone put in the Discord in 2024 says he has a girlfriend, and then some Billy says pretty sure he's dating right now, and then someone says what, and it says someone says, and they have a wrench like a mod or some admin. It says yeah, her name is Celeste. So people in the Discord were aware that he was dating someone or seeing someone named Celeste. He's pretty much popped and he's pretty much exposed. To be honest, it's like who else is gonna be like? Someone goes missing, found in your car, chopped up in pieces. You're in an intimate partner relationship with the person. The person's a minor. Why isn't he arrested? The strange thing is he isn't arrested yet. So that body must be really badly decomposed. It must be really badly decomposed. I wonder. So people in the Discord, they were aware of him. And they said, drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas. Someone had posted that in the Discord in 2024. So around the time when she was being reported missing in 2024, people in the Discord knew he was dating Celeste. They knew that she was some people knew that she was a missing person. And this is the actual Discord account. Where is it? Not that one. I wonder if this is her father or could it be an uncle? I don't know. Could be an uncle. Because her cousin posted it. But if her cousin posted it, could be an uncle. I don't know. So people are saying this is actual Discord page. Members since January 4, 2021. That joined Discord and then joined the Discord, that one Discord server in 2024, January. And then on that central thing right there, it says plus 18. So it's typical of sometimes minors, they will pretend like they're over 18, or they'll say, oh, I'm 18, but they're not actually 18. So that's why I'm saying you have to be careful about the one where it says 17, because the deleted user, because that person was saying they were 17. It looks like Celeste might have been putting, maybe that's her really putting 18. Okay, let's look at these messages. So you hear people talking about, again, for those just arriving, I'm talking about things that have been fact checked and confirmed, and I'm also talking about things that are rumored. Okay, I'm talking about the rumors, but that doesn't mean I believe in the rumors. I'm just talking about everything that people are talking about and giving my opinion based on what I think on each one. Okay. The next thing that's been discussed are these messages right here. Let's see which one is first. So these could be real messages, but you know, the alleged brother said that this is real and that the Gus person is real, someone in reality. And it says someone put, I made it, and it says it can bleed and not bleed during sex because you probably did it when you were younger. And it says you don't have to bleed the first time, and then the message says, I didn't because I was not horny. And someone says, you said you bled, what? And then she says, I thought I did, but I just got my period. I only bled with David. And someone says, And then she's, so then this is allegedly supposed to be Celeste says, with Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me the first time for not having sex with him. And then there's a picture, but I can't see what it is. So she's saying that she only bled with David. Now, if this is actually real, authentic, okay? And then there's this one right here. Let's see. I'm just gonna check up on you. I don't want to talk to anyone. And then someone said, that's it. And then she says, allegedly Celeste supposed to say, okay, yes, of course. And then the person says, but you have to answer, you're gonna stay safe. Are you still gonna talk to David or go back with him? Because I don't want you to get into any more trouble with him. And then she says, I'm saved. No, I'm not. And then the person says, okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week. Don't delete Insta. And then she says, love you too, and I won't. So what do y'all think about that? Okay, so those are the messages or people saying that Celeste, and she talked about this person named Gus. Now, in this, the brother Matthew, the alleged brother on IG, is also saying that the Gus person is a real person, and that person was shot up, and not by David, but by something else. That the Gus person is actually a real person, and that is the real message from his sister that he believes because of that. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you this. Okay, so the alleged brother Matthew Rivas said this, but again, now the reason I think that I'm skeptical about the brother, the reason I'm skeptical about the brother is because it has a PayPal in the actual bio. You know, once they put that, sometimes when people are doing that, because I remember another case I worked on, someone was putting that, and then that led to that happening. Hold on. Okay, someone just sent me something. Give me just a second. Okay, well, that website you sent me is just full of ads. Okay, so I don't know what that was sent to me for. Hold on. But yeah, so hold on. I'm going to cover up a few more things, and we're going to be wrapping up. Okay, hold on. Shout out to RC117. Thank you so much for the Get the membership. If you are Get the membership from RC117, please say thank you for the Get the membership. Again, please say thank you for the Get the membership. And everybody else, please support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, making sure I covered everything. I think I pretty much covered all the rumors. And there was one more thing I gotta remember what it was. So, okay. Oh yeah, the Vigil. So let me actually go over the Vigil, and I think it's pretty much going to be it. And then I'll just make sure that I covered everything. Let me actually go back to my pictures I have. Let's go over the Vigil, and then I'm going to wrap up. Okay, hold on. Okay, it says Celeste Rivas Hernandez official date of death is listed as September 8, 2025, because that is the date death was pronounced. Her body was reportedly badly decomposed, and it's likely she had been in a vehicle for a much longer time. And it says the place of death is listed as a vehicle because that is where her body was found. The case is being investigated as a homicide. The cause of death has been deferred. We asked the medical examiner just what that means. The cause and manner of death have been deferred, which means the deputy medical examiner completed an examination, but a cause of death has not been determined. The deputy medical examiner is requesting additional testing in our studies in order to make a determination. Regarding the types of tests, toxicology or otherwise, it says, due to the ongoing death investigation, the County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner cannot disclose what testing in our studies were requested. Deferred cases can take a few months before a cause of death is determined. Pop and R&B singer D4vd has made no public comments regarding the investigation, and our requests for official comment have gone unanswered. Reports that he is cooperating with police have not been officially confirmed. His tour has been canceled, and some of his sponsors have removed him from their campaigns. In addition to the medical examiner's report, investigators are likely looking for any security camera video that could shed light on what happened. Teslas have a robust camera system known as Sentry Mode, which can record 4 external angles of the vehicle and video inside the cabin. When asked whether the LAPD has consulted with Tesla, or if onboard footage exists from this particular vehicle, the automaker did not respond to our request for comment. According to KTLA's legal analyst, Allison, the autopsy is a common piece of evidence that can determine an entire investigation. She explained that the autopsy for Celeste Rivas Hernandez will first be able to reveal the cause of death, whether that is strangulation, blunt force trauma, or poisoning, among other things. Now, to be honest, a lot of times people do like suffocation, strangulation, or even drowning, and then they actually dismember the body, and then they chop it up. Used a lot of times with intimate partner violence, but sometimes, a lot of times, to be honest, guns are used as a first choice, and then maybe like a knife, like sometimes blunt force object, like an object, and other times there's strangulation, suffocation, and drowning. So it says, once a medical examiner determines this information can help investigators direct their focus and look for possible suspects or potential murder weapons. As for the additional testing likely being conducted since the cause of death was deferred, the results are crucial to investigators. However, as a toxicology report can reveal to investigators whether there was any poisoning, any overdose, or incapacitation. If the victim was intoxicated on the night of death, a toxicology report can show a timeline of when substances were last ingested. Hold on 1 second. Again, he remains free. Representative confirmed to NBC on September 9th that he is cooperating with authorities. The singer counsel. Now, people are trying to say now that he's not really cooperating, but others are saying that he is cooperating. And pretty much legal expert Brian Buckmeyer told ABC News that law enforcement does not have the answers they want to confront D4vd, especially without an autopsy report as to the cause and manner of death. Without proof of how Rivas died, authorities cannot connect the death directly to D4vd. The vehicle was not stolen, leaving questions unanswered. Results from the autopsy are expected to guide next steps. Police emphasize the investigation continues. So it makes sense for them to wait for actual autopsy results. But that's not always the case, because sometimes they don't even have a missing body. They don't have a body. They have no body at all. And due to the evidence that they do have, such as blood splatter or DNA or other things going on, they have enough to arrest somebody. Because I've seen people arrested without even having a body. They actually do have a body, and it's actually in his actual trunk of his fucking Tesla. Like, what evidence? What more evidence do you need, right? So, and they don't have a body, so how can they actually have an autopsy? In this case, they actually have a body. So I don't know. So why isn't he arrested? I have no idea. An old interview with Mahogany resurfaced online. Says an old interview with Mahogany resurfaced online. D4vd explained he created an alter ego called Itami, or Itami, meaning pain in Japanese. He says Itami commits murders in a story while the detective solves them. D4vd compared Itami to Tyler Durden from Fight Club. He said, I put that all on screen, and I and Itami had a great time just like chopping it up and getting to kind of merge creative ideas. It says the video sparked social media debates. Users connected D4vd's creative storytelling and songs like Romantic Homicide to the case. Some called it a confession-style statement. Others says it was artistic imagination. Yes, imagination if the person doesn't carry it out. It's imagination. But if someone has a freaking minor in their freaking trunk, dismembered and chopped up, and they never reported her missing, they never reported the car missing, and they have all these homicidal songs, then that's different. Art has, imitated life, and he actually is someone, to be honest, let's be honest here. Who else would do this besides the guy that walks around literally with blood splatter shirts and all these homicidal songs, and the girl is a minor and he has been with this child and committing statutory rape. It's clear that she goes from him to him and back and forth from him to home. She probably wanted to go home because she's a minor and it looks like she had a family, right? So she probably wanted to go home. And he probably didn't want her to. And she probably wanted to leave based on some of his song lyrics. Things probably got rocky, and if she wanted to go back home, he probably didn't want her to. Or it could be a number of other issues. Ultimately, it leads to control, to where a lot of times in these situations of intimate partner violence, the person wants to break up, they want to leave, they want to go, and the person says, you're not leaving, you're not going, I control you. Oh, there's a song I want y'all to listen to. It says something about what the lyric says, something about I'm the reason you're still breathing, or something like that. It's very eerie. He says, I'm the reason you're still breathing, or something. Like, he actually feels like and in a way it's kind of like I can take away your breath or make you breathless, or it's like I can control your actual life existence. I can stop you from breathing. That's what it comes across as. Okay. Of course, people can try to say it means something else when it does not. Now, I'm not gonna get into this guy right here, and while people are posting this guy, I'm gonna skip this part. Yeah. There's another person in Discord named Moji that people are looking into. I'm gonna skip over him for now until I look it up for myself. Okay. So I actually wanted to play that old interview a little bit with the guy Mahogany. So let me find my notepad and pull that up.
Away, don't run away from me. Yeah, man. This is Runaway. It's the first song I ever made ever in my life. Pretty weird song. Looking back at it now, it's kind of like an abstract, really abstract kind of piece of music. I don't even know if I would call it music. It's just like a sound. Like where I was when I made it in my little sister's closet as my studio. I remember the first time I went in there, I kind of like scoped it around. I was looking at different areas of my house for this new like hobby of mine that my mom told me to do. Basically, background on that, I was a Fortnite YouTuber for a really long time. Since the game came out in 2017, I really wanted to be a content creator and a streamer and kind of YouTuber, all that kind of stuff. I was making montages on YouTube of like my gameplay, putting music behind it, trying to be like the best Fortnite player. And then my videos got copyright striked, so I couldn't make money off of it. And I was like, yo, I don't know what to do. I go to my mom, I'm crying. I'm like, yo, mom, I'm not making money no more. I don't know what to do. Da, 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 da. She's like, how about you make your own song? So I'm like, all right, bet, let me do that. So I looked up how to make music.
Now, I've done that myself because I was like online playing bingo and playing games and stuff like that. And I would get like these flags and claims. And sometimes my video would completely shut down in the middle of me playing bingo. So I was like, yeah, let me make my own music, my own songs. So I ain't got to worry about that anymore. So that's actually what started me making my own songs on YouTube.
On iPhone, this app called BandLab comes up. And then I'm like, all right, bet. So now I got to find a place to use this as my studio. So I go to the kitchen at first, too much echo. I go to my room at first, too much echo. Like there's just like not a place I could find to make music. And my closet isn't a walk-in closet. My closet is like just like one-dimensional almost. It's just like room for hangers and nothing else. So I go to my little sister's room, and of course she got the biggest room in the house because she the favorite kid. So I'm like, all right, bet. Let me use her closet because it's a walk-in closet, and I put up all these clothes. I put up like robes and like things like that to kind of insulate the sound. And I spoke into the mic for the first time. I was like, oh, okay, this is the studio. So I go on YouTube and I'm like, I need something to kind of practice. This is the song. I never had an intention to put this in a Fortnite montage, and I never did put it in a Fortnite montage, but I was like, I need something to practice on, and I don't know how to sing. So what do? Essentially, I got a beat off YouTube. I looked up Billie Eilish type beats because I was like heavy into Billie Eilish at the time. Still am, but like I was really, really heavy into Billie Eilish at the time. And then I looked at Billie Eilish type beats. This piano ballad thing comes up. I'm like, I bet I'm using this. I import it in the BandLab. I get the Apple headphones in. I'm like, all right, bet, let's see how to do this. So I didn't look up no tutorials. I didn't know how to make music. I was just like, I'm winging it. So I learned how to use plugins. I learned how to use reverb. I learned how to use EQ. I learned how to use compressors. All in that very night. I stayed in that closet maybe 6 hours that day, bro. It was a long day. I was just in there cooked because like there's no AC unit in that closet. I was just sitting there sweating my balls off, bro. So basically, I'm thinking about lyrics. I'm thinking about the most basic thing I could say at the moment, and all I could think of was just saying "Runaway" a million different times. And then at the end of the day, end of the recording session, I'm like, I kind of hate it. So I tried to figure out ways to kind of modulate my voice and make it sound real different, and like, you know, try to just like mess it up. So I went in this app called DJ, which I used to kind of pitch up and pitch down my voice and kind of, you know, mess with different frequencies and stuff. And I pitched it down like 2.5 semitones, and that's why it sounds so slowed and reverb. And I was addicted to like slowed and reverb versions of songs back then. So I was like, oh yeah, this is heat. This is the one right here. Instantly, I put it up on SoundCloud. I didn't even have a name on SoundCloud. I think my name on SoundCloud back then was like Huey B or some crazy thing, bro. Because I had a weird obsession with like the Boondocks, and I named myself Huey from the Boondocks on SoundCloud. I just put it up there randomly, and it got like 2 plays, and I was like, okay, bet nobody knows about it. And I kept working at the craft. I kept working on it. And then fast forward like a month, I was making maybe like 15-second snippets. So I made one a day. I would enter the closet and just like work on my craft once a day for like an hour and make these 15-second sound bites. And then I would kind of make my transition into doing full songs. And I started, you know, experimenting with different sounds. And I was like, okay, what works for a Fortnite montage? And I kind of moved to like the indie rock kind of sonic identity because I was into like the Neighborhood and Wallows and Claro and
I'm not gonna play this full video. I'm pretty much gonna skip and get to the part where he talks about this Itami or this character that he that I just was looking up, right? So let's see.
That song, I showed it to my mother, and she was like, "That song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not gonna be talking about killing people in music." And I was like, "I'm gonna take that as."
What y'all? Lord have mercy, that didn't age right. My son is not going to be talking about unaliving people and this and that. So, and then look at he's smirking on. He has a smirk on his face, like, you know. And when is this interview? May 2025. So I wonder what his mother thinks of. I wonder if his mother ever met. I wonder if his mother ever met Celeste or knew about Celeste or anything like that. And what does she think about the fact that her son is now getting all of this attention because of this? To be honest, I'm curious, right?
As a challenge, low key, because like every time that she doesn't approve of something like that's art, and how Ellie dies and Carl has to go to Paradise Falls by himself, I got inspired by that, and I was like, okay, what if I wrote about their relationship but Ellie stayed alive? And I went to the closet, I was like thinking about Carl and Ellie, and I was like, all right, bet I got to think about a relationship as a really old dude and a really old grandma kind of, you know what I'm saying, relationship. And I made this really beautiful ballad called Here With Me. And I kept it in the vault. I was like, okay, this is really, really good. Like, it's one of my best songs. But I had anxiety and I didn't want to put it out because everything I was putting, I was like really sad and stuff like that. So I went back to the closet and I tried to get like in a really, really sad vibe mood. I found another beat on YouTube by this dude named Dan Darmawan, super random. Sound like the instrumental just kind of called to me, kind of just spoke to me. And I went to the closet again, sat down, and I freestyled the entirety of Romantic Homicide in one take. And it was like the first time I really did that. And then after I made that song, I showed it to my mother. And she was like, "That song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not going to be talking about killing people in music." And I was like, I'm going to take that as a challenge, low-key, because like every time that she doesn't approve of something like that's art and stuff like that, it usually is a sign that I'm supposed to do it, low-key. So I'll wait.
So his mother was against that, and he felt like, okay, whatever my mom is, you know, if she doesn't approve of something, I'm going to do the opposite. So, you know, and that, you know, and he said in his art, is it really art? Now, I would say it's art if he never actually carried anything out. But the fact that his girlfriend, underage girlfriend, minor, statutory rape, right, is happening here. It's found chopped up in his freaking car, in his Tesla. The body is found. He's not. Why haven't you reported? Why haven't you reported her missing? The car is not reported missing. She's not reported missing. Nothing is reported missing. The neighbor saw the Tesla moved and like the car was dented up. And to be honest, that's going to be unusual, considering that property, the cost of it, how it looks. A dented up Tesla out there is not going to be a good look for that area. It's got to be like, okay, yeah, I'm being honest. Okay. Yeah.
Waited a couple days. I was kind of contemplating because like if she ever found a song online and it didn't blow up, I'm getting my butt beat that same day. So I had to make sure that it was going to do well. So I posted it on TikTok, but I promoted it as Alvin and the Chipmunks. That was my whole gimmick. So I pitched up the audio super high, sped it up a lot. And I was like, Alvin and the Chipmunks are releasing original music, ? And that was the key. It blew up. I posted it Here With Me with the same thing the next day.
But here's the thing, that's actually clickbait. That's clickbait because that's also going to attract people that are probably even minors or younger, thinking that it's some sort of childhood thing or some child stuff about Alvin and Chipmunks. But that's not actually a great thing to do, to put Alvin and Chipmunks on something that's a homicidal like lyric song.
and they were both doing numbers at the same time. So I was like, okay, bet, I gotta release this quick. I throw it up on DistroKid. I wait for the submission to go through. It goes up on all platforms. And then I'm just watching the numbers just pop, bro. Like 2 songs at the same time. Here With Me and Romantic Homicide are going absolutely mental. And I'm like, all right, so how do I capitalize on this? So I tell my mom that I dropped the song. Is she going to get mad at me? What's going to happen? Da-da-da-da-da. I'll wait a little bit longer. I get the first email from the labels. I showed them. I'm like, all right, my mom has to hear about this now. I was like, there's no way I can like sweep this under the rug. I'm getting really famous right now. So I show her the email, and then the instantaneous like mother thought is that's a scam. Like, you're not going to LA and meeting any label. Like, what are you doing? I showed her the numbers though. I was like, yo, the song has 100,000 plays, like 100,000 plays on 2 different songs. She was like, okay, maybe something's happening here. So I get a couple more emails. I'm going on Zoom calls. My parents are getting involved. My mom has like this huge journal called David Music that she's writing down everything that these people are saying on the Zoom calls. And then we finally fly to LA, and then I meet the team, all these teams. And then, you know, we go through the whole rigmarole of meeting with labels and stuff like that. And then I meet with Interscope, who I eventually signed with. And I meet on my team, Mogul Vision for management, that I signed on management. And then at that point, it was just time to push the button. With the music video, though, this happened in the middle of the signing process. So I was...
Okay, so he's pretty much telling his start. And let me actually go here real quick, because I'm in the essence of time.
And I had the idea to kind of make this first music video introduce a character that I had been kind of ideating for a really long time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime, and I'm really big into manga, and I wanted to make my own manga series at one point, and I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Itami, which means pain in Japanese, and he wears this blindfold, and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it. Like, it was in the vault for like months and months and months. And I introduced it for the first time on screen because I had the opportunity with music to kind of explore this idea further with the Romantic Homicide music video. And people were asking so many questions. I was like, yo, this is kind of fire, because like nobody would have ever heard of it if it wasn't for this music video. But Itami was the staple of this music video. You kind of see him throughout the entire thing. He's holding the knife with the bloody thing. You get the girl who's basically like the ghost of the person that he killed. Was his first victim in the manga. And I put that all on screen, and me and Itami had a great time just like chopping it up and getting to kind of merge creative ideas on the entire thing. And the Bloody Rose aesthetic was birthed.
So his first victim. So it could be something that in his mind, he's obviously interested in this homicide, killing, these types of topics. That's his imagery. That's his visuals. That's what he's used to. And then he, you know, is with Celeste. Things go left, and he's also obviously in my opinion, there are some people that are just interested in stuff because they're just interested because it's just art and it's just entertainment. And there are others who are interested because they actually have this sadistic side. They have this sadistic side, this homicidal, sociopathic side to them. As well, because there are people that are that way. You just don't wake up one day and just unalive someone and then chop up their body. Like, it's one thing to unalive someone, it's another to dismember them and actually chop up their body. Totally different. It takes a lot of anger and a lot of animosity, venom, and to carry that out. Imagine somebody you love, you're actually chopping them to pieces.
That's my music video as well, and kind of me representing my entire artistry through this rose which is like beautiful things can hurt you, with the stems having thorns on them. And that became my entire aesthetic for like the rest of time. I kind of still, even to this day, use that bloody rose to kind of show how beautiful things can hurt you, even through music. Like music is very beautiful, but it can also hurt you with the lyrics, or, you know, make you think about certain things in your own life that make you think about painful things and stuff like that. So yeah, that music video was the focal point and the start and foundation of all the different songs and music videos and creative points, and the creative direction for like my album now, and all that stuff literally came from that one music video in Arizona. So shout out to Itami Killjoy, because without that music video, none of that would have happened. And Itami is seen through.
So his character Itami is this, you know, this type of person, the blood stained shirts, the fingerprint on it, these types of visuals. Hold on. So to be honest, just by his art and his music, on Romantic Homicide, September 7th, he dropped the song on her birthday. So her birthday is actually September 2022. So September 1st, 2022, he said he was going to drop Romantic Homicide, and he was going to drop it on, guess what? It was going to be Celeste's birthday, which is September 7th. That's what he did. So that's why, and he started a Discord September 7th, dropped this Romantic Homicide September 7th. So there's a fascination with this September 7th date. D4vd limited edition Itami Wither cover vinyl out now, plus custom bloody shirts made by me. Oh my gosh, custom bloody shirts. So he put his own handprint on these bloody shirts. A mess, a mess, a mess. And then he has this Hello Kitty. Someone brought up a good point. Like, you know, she's interested in Hello Kitty, but he definitely became obsessed with Hello Kitty himself. Some people believe that he was actually interested in it and got her interested, because he actually was wearing a Hello Kitty, even, you know, sweater. But, you know, it also appears, to be honest, that he became obsessed with everything about her, including trying to be with other women or around other women that looks like her, or have people in his videos that resembled her. So he actually would put on his gloves, red dye, and then bloody his hands with these gloves and put it handprints on the freaking shirt. And then look how he got the plastic on the ground. I can see him putting something like that down on the ground. Like you see how he has this way of pushing back the carpet, pushing everything aside, putting his drape down, this plastic down, like a fucking Dexter, like a Dexter. And then he could probably, like, I bet that he probably dismember her just like this, on this like black tarp laying on the ground, put her body there and chop her up over that, so that we could protect the actual area from blood splatter. Because if you're making this much mess in a living room with that type of carpet and that type of, you know, flooring and different things going on, this is someone that probably would, you know.
like meeting labels, and I had to kind of figure out how to do creative at the same time. I'm trying to be business person David, so I'm trying to be super creative and think of ideas for the song on TikTok and how to make a music video for this whole thing. At the same time, I'm trying to be like real big briefcase, opening the meetings and telling people what I want for my career and stuff like that. And I didn't even know what I wanted for my career. I just wanted to be cool, make music, and play Fortnite, bro. So the music video is happening. It's time to start talking about that. I had been a fan of this channel called Overcast for a really long time. I had watched their music videos. They do a lot of things with like underground artists and upcoming artists. I really had a cashier who was playing, and this happened to be me. And that's still like the most craziest random thing ever. Yeah, I was like writing all these heartbreaking breakup songs before I even entered my first relationship. And then once that actually happened, I was like, oh my gosh, I kind of spoke the heartbreak into existence, kind of, you know?
Be real with me.
Love shouldn't be transactional.
Real? Why?
I feel like most of the time, especially like nowadays, people get into a relationship, or we use the term situationship a lot now, where you have to give something to gain something. And I feel like when love is real, it's both parties participating in love. And that's why I love the term falling into it, because it's like sometimes you don't expect it. It could be like super rushed. And people like to take the term, I'm taking it slow, or we should take it slow. It's like love doesn't dictate the timing of it. You can't really predetermine what that feeling is to you. And I think when people try to plan too much or overcompensate for their lack of emotional intelligence, they kind of make a bunch of excuses for love. And then it's just like more infatuation than the actual emotion. So the way I like to view love is that we're participating in this ceremonious matrimony together, and we should kind of approach it with the journey aspect to it and be in it for like the long run, and not keep expecting and expecting from someone. If you truly love them, there's no expectation. It's just that's your person, you know?
How did you realize that?
Just years and years of reading and experiencing it, like both sides of the spectrum, having the rushed part and then the planned out part. And the plan never goes as planned. It's like, you know, you expect, and then the over expectations kind of ruins your perception of what reality is sometimes. And it's like, oh, this didn't go according to plan, I guess it's all ruined now, which isn't the case. And you kind of self-sabotage.
Okay, so let me actually go ahead and end this live after I talk about John Marshall, okay? His manager. Shout out to CFG. Thank you so much for the fan fund. This is In the Bushes. This case is new to me. Yeah, this is my second live on this, but this is more extended. The first time I covered it briefly. This is more in detail, just to give you everyone updates as far as the rumors and things like that. So let's actually go over his actual manager, who actually is found to be, or according to TMZ, is actually on the actual rental for the actual resident. So let's go over that real quick. Interscope has partnered with Mogul Vision, the label founded by manager and music industry exec John Marshall. Marshall has helped foster the careers of Kenny Hoopla, who is currently on tour with Blink 182, Lil Mosey, and D4vd, who has had a breakout year following the success of his global hits Romantic Homicide and Here With Me on Dark Room. Interscope. And it says, over the last few years, we have worked closely with Josh on a number of successful projects at Nicole, Executive Vice President and CEO, Head of A&R at Interscope. He has an amazing ability to identify new artists, new artists, child. Look at this one you got now, across a number of genres, and we're looking forward to continuing our work with him via this new deal. Okay, so let me actually bring up this one. It says from left to right. From left to right is Tim Glover, Tim Glover, and then it says EVP of A&R at Interscope. And the center is John Marshall, founder of Mogul Vision. And then on the left is Nicole Weiser Corco, Executive Vice President, CO, Head of A&R at Interscope. So in the middle, right there is why I kept on saying John Marshall. I kept on saying John. I think I kept saying John instead of Josh. But yeah, charge it to the game. I'm tired. Okay. Okay. I think I've been saying the wrong name the whole lot. Yeah, anyways, I think I've been changing it. Okay. Anyways, I will just, just make sure to say Josh Marshall. Okay, so Josh Marshall is in the center right there, okay? And Josh Marshall is the one that actually, I can show you the article from TMZ, is the one that stated to be on the actual lease for that place that, was raided, that D4vd was staying in, okay? So let's see, Josh Marshall, and then look up the TMZ article. So people are wondering, Josh, did you know or were you aware that he was dating a minor? Did you ever meet Celeste or run across Celeste as the manager? Are you privy to this information? And also, are you speaking on this information? Or what's happening or the situation? So again, people are going to be like asking these questions, and rightfully so. I mean, you're the manager, but you don't, I wouldn't say a manager would know everything about a person. But I mean, if you have a lot of interactions with this person, he has a girlfriend, then I think you probably would know, right? What do you all think? So it says, singer D4vd appears to be in the crosshairs of the LAPD in connection with the apparent murder of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, because we've learned he seemed to be living in a house homicide detectives searched late Wednesday. We have just confirmed the house is being rented by Josh Marshall, D4vd's manager. I think I have been saying John, so let me retract. I don't want the wrong name out. I meant Josh, okay? Take a look at these photos. D4vd posted back in February. He slouched on a piano bench singing in the kitchen with Benny Blanco. And I already showed that house, okay? D4vd dancing in the house. If you actually look at the house I showed you, you can see those glass doors and that whole thing. So they're saying that house is in the name of Josh, his manager, Marshall. And it says LAPD homicide detectives searched the house Wednesday and walked out with the computer and several evidence bags. TMZ contacted LAPD's robbery homicide division last week after speaking with Celeste's mom, who had evidence the unidentified body was that of her daughter. We provided the lead detective with her name and number. Days later, the body was identified as Celeste. We also posted this photo of D4vd just 3/10 of a mile from Celeste's family home in Lake Elsinore, California, about 70 miles from downtown LA.
Sabotage in ways that you don't even think is your fault, but it low-key is. So it's just complicated.
What do you mean by that?
I guess like you have this view of this person in your head, and then every flaw is not a flaw. But then once that kind of facade wears off, you spend like months and months or even like years with this person, it's kind of like, oh, you start to get comfortable, they start to get comfortable, and those flaws start to show a little bit more. And it's like, if it was true love, you would stick there and kind of figure it out together. But then some people, they see those flaws and it's like the imaginary person goes away and you're left with the reality of that person. Then you kind of just like are mentally checked out for the rest of it. And that's not how it's supposed to work. So
I think people have a tendency to project what they want on their partners.
Correct.
Like everyone has this idea of what a perfect relationship is, and then we're going to expect our partner to fulfill that need.
Right.
I think true love is being able to appreciate your partner as they are for all the beautiful parts of them and all the dark parts of them.
Yeah.
And that level of acceptance is where true love shines through.
Right, yeah.
Is there a story behind this for you?
I mean, through experience over the past couple of years of like being in relationships and kind of experimenting with, you know, how love is viewed through my eyes, because I was homeschooled, you know, and then I wasn't doing relationships in school, got into the real world. First girlfriend I actually met in New York, which is actually crazy that we're here. But you know, that and reading a lot and a lot of poetry as well. There's a lot of symbolism and things you can be taught through the expression of words. And my love language is words of affirmation and spending time together. So words are very important to me. And a lot of the things that are said, you know, when your partner is in a heated argument and stuff like that, kind of shows you who a person is based on what they say. Its actions speak louder than words, but words also speak louder than words sometimes too. So, yeah.
Words speak louder than words. Yeah.
Sometimes you can tell a person's true heart based on what they say. And a lot of the things that you say to someone when you first meet them, it's like your first impressions. But like I said, over the span of like months and years, you kind of start to speak your mind a lot more. And by being around someone a lot more, they start to speak their mind. And you know, when things don't add up right now to what they said like months and months ago, that's becoming, you know, if it's consistent, if the communication is consistent throughout the course of the relationship, then it's like you're locked in. But when opinions start to change and, you know, their entire personality kind of just like starts to shift in front of you, it's kind of crazy.
Because people love to pretend to be somebody in the beginning of a relationship, but their true self shows over time because you can't hide yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easy to get distracted by like a pretty face and then like try to put up with this person because you're compromising on who you are for the relationship. You can lie in the beginning, but you can't lie forever.
Yeah. Through discomfort, lying, you know, that's where the kind of people can fake what they say.
Friend Celeste.
A crowd gathered to remember the 15-year-old girl whose remains were recently found in the trunk of a car registered to the singer David.
She had been missing for more than a year. As Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell shows us, the community remembered the teen with a candlelight vigil.
Tears flowing during an emotional candlelight vigil in Lake Elsinore. A large crowd gathering near a memorial on the street where Celeste Rivas once lived to mourn the 15-year-old's death.
I'm feeling heartbroken, devastated for hearing about the news. I didn't know Celeste personally, but it hits home.
Former classmates, friends Celeste grew up with, and parents, all shaken by her death. The teenager went missing after running away from home in April of last year. Her decomposing body was found more than a week ago in the trunk of a Tesla. The vehicle is registered to rising singer David. The 20-year-old has been on tour promoting his new album, but the remainder of the tour has now been canceled. The connection between the teenager and David is not clear, but he posted a song online titled Celeste. Investigators were seen removing items from the Hollywood Hills home David was believed to be staying in before heading out on tour. The house is a short distance from where the Tesla was impounded and taken to a tow yard. A Lake Elsinore neighbor recalls seeing Celeste walking home from school before she ran away. She created the memorial, giving everyone a place to grieve.
Even though I didn't know her, I just couldn't even breathe, knowing that a child had to go through that.
My nephew went to school with her since kindergarten. And I just want to say, just
as a whole. Just if it was my daughter, I wouldn't want her to be forgotten. I just want justice for this little girl, because whatever happened to her, it wasn't just an accident. I don't want her to be forgotten.
And while they're devastated by Celeste's death, people in this community say they want answers, and they want whoever is responsible for her death brought to justice.
Department of Homeland Security is pushing back against a package of bills.
Okay, just a second. So yes, he's getting a lot of new views on his music because people that did not know anything about D4vd, including myself, are checking out his music and listening to his stuff to see like what he was all about and to see what these songs are actually stating and saying, right? Hold on. So yeah, so that's pretty much it for today, y'all. I will see y'all in the next slide. Like I said, yeah, Celeste was 15. She deserved to have a life. She deserved, to have birthdays, to go to school, to graduate, to be with friends, and just live her life, to have an actual future. And look what happened now. I mean, people are going to definitely talk about what happened and what could have prevented this or what could have stopped it. And could there have been something to prevent this or stop this? Could someone have stopped this, or was it just something that, I don't know. Just leave comments and your opinions under the actual video. But what I will say is that for sure is that there is a public crisis, that there's a crisis all across the world, not just the United States, where people are, predatorial and sexual deviants, and they carry out these crimes on minors, on young people, and they seek out people that are younger a lot of times to be controlling, to take advantage of people under their care, or people they feel like they can manipulate or even groom. So people can say, well, she went willingly, but she's 11 years old. You're not old enough to make your own decisions. And I think that's probably when they first even met. It could be possible. Even 13, that's not young. That's not old enough to make your own decisions. And that's why you cannot consent. So at the end of the day, it's not just about him unaliving her, which is a crime, of course, homicide, but it's also statutory rape because he was an adult and she was a minor. So that's something that he would want to cover up. Okay. As for her being pregnant, that's speculation. It's a rumor. There's no confirmation until the autopsy returns those results. As for family, I did show you the actual family members that I know of that are verified and attached to her actual Facebook. Anyone else outside of the Facebook, again, I do believe it's the brother on IG, saying Matthew Rivas, but it could also be someone that's not. So I would just, but the person does have pictures that I didn't see elsewhere, and the person is confirming that Gus person is real. That's in those text messages. But again, I cannot say without 100% certainty that is actually real. There are people pointing the finger at Josh Marshall, the manager, and there's another guy on Discord that posted, I guess, weird things, and they're also pointing the finger at him and thinking that he has something to do with it. But ultimately, I believe that we have the suspect and the guy that's actually the Dexter. And I wouldn't say Dexter because Dexter actually unalived people that, kind of like the movie Saw, like people that had some issues or whatever, took justice into his own hands. But this is more like, but what I'm saying by Dexter is the whole setup of putting plastic all over, and then he takes these gloves and he puts his handprints on these freaking shirts, like personalizes it, like he takes pleasure. He loves homicidal killing stuff. Even his mother recognized it. So in my opinion, that's the suspect, and you have the suspect. Okay. And again, I'm a person, I'm not always saying that art, people's music is what they actually do in real life, because I write songs myself and it's not always representative of my own life. It's actually just what it is, entertainment and art. But some others actually live out their fantasies in books, live out their fantasies in their poetry and their music. They live out, it's self-expression, is how they express themselves through their music. And for her body to be chopped up in his car, he never reported her missing. He didn't report the car missing. It's like, okay, my car is missing, my girlfriend is missing, and nothing. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your killer is right there. Now, could someone else be possibly knowing about it and helping or assisting, like accessory after the fact? Possibly, we don't know. Yeah. But again, that's the police. They will do their job, and hopefully a good job at it. I don't know. But yeah, leave y'all comments under the video, and I will see y'all next live. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, and I will see y'all later. Bye. Okay, so Red says, I keep getting interrupted. I really appreciate Dani covering this. RC117 says, Dani, just remember your music has touched my soul and for the better. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad it touched your soul and helped you out. And that's the purpose of some of my songs. It's for the purposes of that. That's the purpose, right? Some, okay? Each one has a purpose. Some is just for dancing, and some is to throw shade, to be honest, and others are actually for healing. So yeah, she was groomed. So are you saying that he was groomed? They both were sad. I'm gonna be looking more into him as far as like who his family is. I'm sure people are wondering like who his family is and his history and his story. That's something people probably will be interested in as well. Like what shaped him and things like that. Rufio says Josh Marshall is with Mogul Vision. Mogul Vision signed artists. Like, yeah. Now again, I'm tired, and so I probably was saying John, but I meant Josh. So I did correct. Okay. Grandmother says, then why didn't you find someone your own age? Yeah, exactly. Now, some people are going to be trying to go down that route by saying that they are only like 5 years apart. However, that is only when people are both grown and they're consenting. Once you have a minor, it's not about 5 years apart. Okay, you have a minor and you have an adult, and it's simple. It's statutory great. Now, to be honest, I would say start from the very beginning. I posted a picture, and to be honest, I hate talking about people's sexuality in that way, but he comes across as bisexual at least. Okay. Let's see. I can't stand TMZ. I just can't. I won't tolerate such foolishness. Let's see. Media says it's so dumb to clearly show he is the culprit, just dumb and so unbelievable. Yeah, they have arrested people before without even having a body. So why can't you actually have a body and all this? Like everything is linking to pretty much him. But obviously there has to be something there for the police not to arrest him, and they probably are just being cautious and waiting for autopsy. If the autopsy can say homicide, then they can arrest. But let's be honest. Why would her body be chopped up? Let's say that she had an accidental fall. You still dismember her body. That's chopping her up. Okay, weird. Okay, I think he knew. Yeah, I mean, you didn't report the body, you didn't report your girlfriend, you didn't report nothing, and yeah. So your girlfriend goes missing, and then there's no, like, you know, no, your car goes missing, and then there's no report of your car is missing. Girlfriend missing, car missing, silento. You should have known, especially if this girl has been at shows with him and been on tour with him. He did definitely know about her. Yeah, and people are gonna be questioning the manager, Josh. Like, they're also gonna be questioning anybody that was friends with him around him all the time. And then, you know, people are gonna say, "Oh, 18," well, she doesn't look 18 to me, especially, you know, going back. Okay. Hold on. Shout out to Letitia in the building. Make sure y'all check out her channel and subscribe. And read a few more comments. The one says, nope, love is transactional and love does have expectations. Why would he incriminate himself like this? That's stupid. Now, I will say some songs I believe were thought of before meeting her, but I'm not. People are not 100% sure as to the timeline of when he met her, but he said something about Hello Kitty, someone coming into his life in 2021. There are some things linking to a possibility of at least 2022. There's another song that says in the next 7 years, or waiting 7 years, that would make it 11 when he met her. It's just a lot of unanswered questions right now. So I will say, you know, some things are, you know, confirmed through the police, and others are just social media sleuths and web sleuths just cruising the web and browsing the web, trying to piece things together to figure out what they think, or, you know. So that's why I was pretty much just looking at Facebook. And what I was told was the family was not posting or looking for her or following a police report, and I see that that's false. That the family actually did post things looking for her several times when she was actually, you know, missing in 2024. And also the family also mentioned filed a police report. A police report had been filed as well, as early as February 2024, at least even for the first time that she was gone. And then it appeared, based on what her mom was posting, that she appeared back, like it was a February 15 and she showed back up February 2024. And then another time was around March 18th or so, another flyer was made for her. And then in March 27th, it was still being shared, like she was still gone. And then I guess she came back again and then gone again. So I don't know. It was a back and forth. So what I can say is that was false. So I would say do your own research. Don't just believe everything you hear. Do your own research and look into things and make sure it's actually, you know, confirmed. Some people were saying the mother never posted anything, but did she post a limited amount of stuff? Limited, yes. But did she post nothing? No, she did post. Or at least reshare posts, right? Let's see that part. Whether they were broke up or still together, they were obviously, she was still missing, and she was still reported as missing, and she had not returned home, and she was found, remember, she was found in his trunk of his registered car to his name. So they were definitely still together. Now, at the time when he unalived her, she could have been wanting to leave and wanting to go back home. I showed a post on Twitter that kind of, at one point, he didn't name a name, but he was talking about somebody wanting to go home to their mom and sister, and he didn't want them to. It could have been someone else. It could be her. But yeah, so I would say for those just getting here, please start from the very beginning and look at all the stuff I showed. And this will get you kind of caught up as to what's happening currently with this case. And right now, we're just looking forward to the autopsy results, toxicology results, and whether or not they're going to arrest him or not. And that's pretty much it. So just watch from the very beginning and just catch up. And I'll see you on the next live. Bye. And also, don't forget, I have another video too. So this is part 2. So make sure you go back and watch part 1 because I showed the other. There's another auntie she has. I posted that in part 1. So this is part 2, and then that was part 1.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should have left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay this way anymore. Good thing for me. I'm tired of the same old thing. So I'm trying something new. Explore